She manages to keep it around there and nothing
That's
I
funny. sent it, and I sent her.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. It is Wednesday. Happy Hump Day, guys. And we are back in Idaho. There's a new document dropped about a continuance, I believe, for the trial. We're going to talk about that. Hopefully, I'll have some guests up here with me tonight as we discuss that and other things that go along with the case, guys. So, welcome back for that. I appreciate you guys being here so very much, as always. You guys are number one. That being said, guys, you know the deal. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right. All right. All right. Welcome back, guys. Let's do this thing. Back in Idaho. New documents dropped, just a couple. But talking in regards to a continuance for the trial. And I'm curious to see how that goes. I am, truly. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will. Let's see who we got in here tonight. Bemmy Rose, welcome back to you. Kent Kearney, good to see you. Josie West, always a pleasure, dear. Donkey, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Angel D, welcome back from down under. Good Trouble, welcome back. Good to see you. The Tomboys in the house. Larry McWilliams, good to see you. Of course, Alicia J. SRB, great to see you. I am me. DKM, welcome back to you. Ballpark, hey, good to see you. Good to have you here. Glad to hear you're doing okay. Allison White, welcome back to you. Miss Zelda. Always wonderful when we get Miss Zelda in here. She's always so busy with work. We don't get to see her too often. So it's great to see you tonight, Zelda. Meg P, welcome back to you. Miss Charlotte, great to see you. Jesse Schule, my friend. There you are. We can talk about Andrew Garrett. Absolutely. T2014's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Phenomena Mom. Good to see you. Molly does most of our music, guys. That intro that you heard there, I got from another creator, a musician off of YouTube. Sorry, years ago when I first started. Chet Donnelly, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Julianne, great to have you here. Eddie's in the house. One made nut. Great to see you, brother. Good to have you here. I think the volume was down a little bit, Chet, earlier. I'm sorry about that. Miss Sherry, welcome back. Wonderful to see you again. And Miss Lisa Wilson, you got your wish. Of course, we're doing our Idaho coverage show today. Karma Police is in the house. So everybody better behave. Because of course, guys, we don't put up with the trolling. We don't. Mama Bear made sure of that. She made some stuff just for that. No trolls allowed. So if you're trolling, don't even try it. My moderators are crazy with that stuff. You will get popped on the head with that wrench, and that's all it'll take. Out the door you'll go. So no trolls allowed. I just like the way that looks, so I had to throw it up there and show you guys. Come on. All right, let's see. All right. Come on in. Let me see. I'm making sure I didn't miss anybody. Tomboy. Elizabeth Wagner, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Thank you, Donkey. I have an amazing team of moderators. I love them. They do amazing work, and they're very good people. They really are. Judy Covington, welcome. Moto Man is in the house. Great to see you. Scott Metalhead, welcome back, brother. Welcome back, Fizzy. Great to have you here tonight. Guys, please excuse me if I cough and make weird noises. Still having issues with this stuff, so sounds good, Charlotte. Good to have you here tonight. Anybody wants to become a meatball? There you go, right there, guys. If you have an iPhone, that's the best way to do it. Great to see you, Larry McWilliam. Yes, we do. We have a great team. Absolutely. But now that we got Miss Alicia came back home where she belongs, yes. Very true, very true. Great to see you again, Elizabeth. And there's the initial link. Whoever wants to, Miss Tomboy, you know how that goes. We don't usually need it in here, guys. Everybody comes in here is amazing. So, Judy Covington, great to see you. Let's see. 95 peeps in the house with only 54 likes. Come on, y'all. Please, if you will, if you can, hit that like button. And again, guys, make sure that down at the very bottom of the screen, the little square, you make sure you click that $sign because you just never know. There's some amazingly generous people in here that like to gift memberships. It happens all the time. And you want to be able to receive them. So make sure you go in there, click that, and make sure that you can receive gifts. Please. That's so important. If not, you won't get one when they are gifted. Show. Let's see here. Chandra. Welcome back, Miss Chandra. Great to see you tonight. Miss Rose, the RN in the house. Thank you so much for being here. Curious Rose. Great to have you here. Moonlit baby, congratulations and happy big anniversary to you. 19 months. I bet you it's longer than that. Either way, we love having you in this family and this community, Moonlit. So thank you so much for being part of this. We love you. We love you. Happy day anniversary, and congrats, man. Let's see. $99 peeps. 60 lights. We're getting there. We got over 100 concurrent viewers in the house, guys. That means a lot. And look who we got here. Dagburn. Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Welcome back, Dagburn. Thank you for that. I do. Miss Elizabeth, that's a great question for us to talk about. I do think they should put Jack on the stand because I think he knows some things that could help in that situation. Moto Man. Whoa, bro. Gifted 10 memberships. Damn. Thank you so much, Moto Man. God bless. Looks like P. Fox got one. Reptile, Wildfire, Mikey S. Tracy Chappell, Niners Girl, William Tardy, Hoffy Master. Michael Green, Chili Chicken received a membership. Chris and Chris 10. EM received one. I think that's it. Let me double check. Congratulations to all of you guys. Welcome to the sauce. And again, Moto Man, thank you so much, bro. That was amazing and generous. And again, thank you all for those of you that do choose to support this channel via donations, whether it be super chat, super stickers, gifting memberships, the Venmo links, Cash App, or PayPal links, guys. We appreciate that so very much. More than you guys know. We don't ever expect it, but it does help the channel to run. Gets me out here every day. It pays the bills, and keeps my internet, StreamYard, and all that other fun stuff paid for so that I can continue to do this day after day after day and be here with you awesome people. So again, thank you so much. And thanks again, Moto Man. That was amazing, brother. Really much appreciated. So everybody that knows too, because people get confused. I've had people ask me. In fact, I got an email that I never answered the other day. When I receive a super chat or a super sticker, it takes till next month for me to get that, okay? And they take a percentage of that out. The Venmo, Cash App, and the PayPal goes directly now to me, and they don't take a percentage out of that. So that's to answer your questions about that's how that works. Either way, it's appreciated. It's never, ever expected, folks. We don't expect you to do it, but that's how that works. And that's how typically for the Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, if and when I receive those, that's what pays these bills because it comes now, so I can do it. So I hope that answers your question. I had a couple people actually ask me that because they didn't understand it. So that's how it works, everybody. And again, thank you so much to all of you that support this channel in any way, shape, or fashion. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. Even just being here, that means more than anything to me, just being here to support us. We appreciate and love you so much for that. Candy Girl, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. And don't ever think you have to donate, folks. You don't. We don't expect it. I want you to know that. You don't have to do that to be here. I know some channels are like that. We're not that way at all. So don't ever feel bad if you feel like you can't. That's not at all how this place is. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here again. Excuse me. Beckles, 3819. Good to see you. Yes, we are definitely in the upside down. With this case, at least, I do feel the same way. I am me again. Good to see you. If you didn't hear me, great to have you here. Thank you so much, Rose. I love you all very much. Very, very much. Ballpark, great to see you. Yeah, I don't do that, Ballpark. I don't need to do that. No point in it. I just beg. I will beg for your support. I will beg for you to be here and hang out with me because I love you guys to death, but that's about all you'll get me to beg for. Let's see. Moonlit baby. Again, happy day anniversary. Come on in, guys. 125 peeps already. And we got 71 likes. We're getting there, guys. Let's get this in that algorithm tonight if we can. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Oh, do I have the ability? Let me see. Let me see here. I think I can. All right, all right. Miss, is Heather back in here? Nope. She changed her name. I don't see her yet. Let's see here. Good evening, Mr. Jesse. Peaky X, what's happening? Good to see you tonight, Jesse. Appreciate you joining us. Boing, boing. Wow. Okay. Wow. Anyway, appreciate you joining us. Welcome, PKX. And there you go, guys. A little giving back to the community here. Drop 5 more memberships, making it even 15. Wayne D, Too Fast for Please, Quotian Spark, and Just Breathe, and Heather One Dimple. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, or back to the sauce. It's great to have you here. Leah Story, hello and welcome. Good to see you tonight. What is going on, Mr. Jesse Schule? How are you tonight, bro?
I'm all right. I was just laying my head down to bed, and I don't sleep that well when I'm thinking about this case. And I looked at my iPhone, and it sent me a notification saying you're about to go live. I said, you know what? I'm gonna get up. I'm not gonna sleep. I've been dying to talk about this Garrett Discovery guy. I saw him on Drunk Turkey, and the whole thing it blew my mind. It was amazing, and the best part about it was hilarious. I mean, it was clear that that's not what Daniel signed up for.
Nope.
Daniel.
You can tell by his face, yeah.
Well, Daniel didn't, and I know a lot of people are going to say, "Well, I didn't watch it because I don't like Daniel." Well, don't worry about it because Daniel doesn't say a goddamn word.
We watched a clip of that specific part of that whole thing when he starts talking about Psy and he starts talking about other stuff, and Daniel just kind of sat there like this, going, "Mm-hmm."
Oh yeah, clearly that was not what Daniel was expecting, and
not happy, right?
No, and the whole thing was an infomercial for this guy's business, and it was the stuff that he dropped in that interview was amazing. It was it was quite something.
Yes, well, absolutely, I agree with you. We'll talk about it for sure because it was interesting. Thank you so much, Miss Delta, for dropping that membership. Congrats to Chaz D. Welcome to the sauce. Raquel Wells in the house. Welcome back. T2014. Great to see you. There is Miss Heather. Lucy Morningstar's in the house. Welcome back, dear. You should join us up here too, Miss Heather. I love hearing it. Yes, Leah. And let's see here. Daniela Kiriako. Welcome back to you. I want to make sure I caught everybody. I know a couple people. Sandra, welcome back to you, dear. Hold on here, everybody. Let's see here. Heather. Or Lucy. I should say Lucy. Fox Rooter, welcome back, bro. Good to welcome back. It's great to see you tonight. Sorry. I know. Jesse wearing all black and not sleeping sounds suspicious to me, Fox said. Jesse does just like me. He never sleeps.
Yeah, well, they're definitely suspicious of me on Twitter now after I posted that science experiment with my security camera, and I didn't even say anything about the green car. I simply said there's a controversy about a white car, right? And we're doing an experiment to see if you can make any other color show up as white, and that's all I said. Of course, I gave it the hashtag Idaho4, but people just went mental, started threatening, calling me every name in the book. Guilters are awful people, I gotta say. Very awful people.
They are. Yes, they have been, especially in this case. It's been insane. I've never seen how rude and mean they are. What you think 13 gifted a membership out, and that went to Maz Stoven. Welcome, congratulations, and thank you so much. What you think? God bless. That's so amazing. You guys are awesome. We got an even 18 now. 2 more. We got 20 new members in the sauce, guys. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. But yeah, They are, Jesse. I've never seen people so. I don't even know how to explain the way they are. Like we watched last night. We watched a clip, and me and the mods were watching. Jesus. Pubes came out with a video on it was an animated thing, like a virtual animation thing he did with the walkthrough of the house, trying to say basically, see, I told you so, about the Dateline stuff, the way it was all lined up, which he was partially there, but the rest of it was garbage. And just listening to the way he talks, it's all, he doesn't say the suspect, it's Brian, no matter what. It's just everything he says. It's just so rude. The way he expresses himself about the case is rude and mean, and all the guilters seem to be the same way. It's insane to me.
Well, and like we were saying to Jeff H. when he was up here, that we at least humor him and bring him up here and talk to him like he's a human being, and answer his questions and have debates with him in at least a somewhat respectable manner. I might make fun of him a little bit when he's not around, but I know he's always listening, so I got to be very careful about that.
Yeah, but they
Pubes, if you're in his chat and you just ask a simple question like, "What about the green?" If you just said, "What about the green car?" he would lose it on you and call you you fool, you fucking idiot. He would say, like he would just.
That's how they act, and
attack you like that.
It's absolutely how they act. Enraged. It angers me sometimes, Charlotte. It does. Tippy, welcome back to you, Miss Tippy. Good to see you tonight. Let's see. Where is it?
I think he calls somebody dumb every 5 minutes, Mittens.
He does. He does it a lot, too. It's crazy.
Worse than dumb.
Thank you so much. Moto, man. God bless, bro. That's awesome. Is it crazy to think that they would have addressed the infrared camera issue right at the start of the case? It seems ridiculous to think that it's just coming to fruition now. They should have, I think. And you're right. That's a good point, Moto Man. Very good point. And I appreciate that super chat so much, bro.
That makes a ton of sense, but you could say the same thing about the cell pings. You could say the same thing about the 911 call transcripts. You could say the same thing about the DNA on the sheath and and all this stuff that's getting dumped on us. Why wasn't this handled properly? And it would appear that none of it's handled properly. And part of that thing I want to talk about with the Garrett Discovery is he just rips into them and says they're completely incompetent. They have no idea what they're doing. Yeah. And he's not talking about the vehicle analysis. He's talking about the rest of it. So that's the thing about this preponderance of evidence argument is there's very highly qualified people out there, experts in their field, that are ripping into their evidence piece by piece. So every piece that you fit in to make your preponderance has been highly questioned. None of it's very straight, or not as far as I know. There's not one piece that's straightforward, really.
Right. Nothing.
I can't think of a damn thing that's straightforward.
That's a fact. That is a fact. I agree with you, Degburn, very much so. Miss, I just saw, yes, that statement there. I agree. Welcome back, Virginia Wolf. Good to see you tonight, brother. Kim McHugh's in the house. Ola, back to you, ma'am. Great to see you tonight. Yeah, you're right, 100%. There is nothing straightforward. Thrive off grid. Great to see you tonight. They got my.
I mean, I do think it's a very strong point because that logically you would think there's no way they missed a car that's right next door, but there's no way they're overlooking an 8-hour delay and believing a story from the roommates, but apparently they are.
Well, that's why it's so easy, Jesse, to believe that the car was missed, in my opinion, because they didn't want you to see it for what it was. I don't think they wanted anybody to realize, and that's why it took so long. That's just my opinion. But that's my feelings too. That's truly how I feel on that. And I have no doubt at this point that that's how that went down, but that's okay. So let's see here. All right, guys.
What's easier to believe, that they overlooked that car or the fact that they were able to get advanced timing data for 3,000 people, but not Brian Koberger.
There you go. That's a good. That's a good one. I'd like to see somebody answer that one too. That's great. Very true. Very true. I don't believe that either. I don't. You know how I feel about it. I think that was either thing. In my opinion. Sorry, guys. I'm a little distracted here trying to talk and read at the same time and catch up with everybody. I'm sorry. Chief, welcome back. Walking in Tonka. Good to see you tonight again. Sorry. Did say hi to Eddie? I thought I did. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Making sure.
I was hoping Eddie would join us tonight because I
hope he does too.
I want to hear his opinions on things, especially if he did get a chance to watch that Garrett Discovery video. I think he would really. I think him of all people would have picked apart the same things I picked apart and would realize the value of that interview.
Which, in fact, I was going to pull that up too. Which part of it was the most interesting to you, Jesse?
The whole thing from start to finish. It's too long. It's too long, I think, to stream.
There's a specific part that I pulled up though.
The first 5 or 10 minutes, it really sets the stage because he exposes himself to me as a typical narcissist, sociopath, snake oil salesman.
Yes.
You know, and I'm not out here to talk dirty about people, but it's important to pick up on these things. And just listening to the guy talk. I mean, for example, Daniel has him on. He's obviously on there under false premises because Daniel would not have had him on if Daniel thought he was going to say the things he said.
Oh, agreed.
And he just didn't shut up. I mean, he talked for an hour and a half straight. Every time Daniel tried to say anything, he cut him off. It was like Jeff H. on steroids, but way smarter. It was something else. But in the first 5 minutes, he dropped some. You could sort of get the feeling right away.
Yes.
I think most intelligent people would be able to watch the first 5 minutes and say, "Yeah, okay, I see what you're talking about." Yep. Jeff H., did you see that interview that we're talking about?
Welcome, Miss Stacy. Good
what
to
did
see
you think of it?
Yeah, here, guys. I'll give you. We'll cut to just the very first beginning of this, and I'll show you what I feel the same way he does on this one. This was insane, and it was truly, in my opinion, I almost kind of felt bad for Daniel because the dude used it as a platform to promote himself through the whole thing. The whole thing. It's insane.
It's an infomercial. It's just an infomercial for Andrew Garrett is what it is.
I'll show you, Jeff. The beginning. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you tonight. This is the beginning of it, and it's insane. And at some point, he goes in. They start talking about. I can give you different part. Luckily, it's broke down. The timing advance issues. He starts talking about at some point, and opinion of Cy Ray, and Daniel just kind of sat there like,
Well, I've got a half a page of notes of interesting things he said, and I'm sure I missed most of it, but there's just so many nuggets in this whole thing that it's incredible.
Right here, guys. Let's check this out here just for a minute or two, the beginning at least. And if we're going to talk about it, we'll cut into different parts of it. We can go back and review as Jesse brings up these points if we need to. I'm going
to grab a coffee.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I'm going to catch up with everybody real quick that just popped in. It's great to have you guys here tonight again. Sweet and salty. Great to have you here. Good to see you, Miss Sherry. Yep. Harsh did say it's important to vet your guests. I learned that the hard way back in the day, guys. I really did. So it's a good point. Woke up in 1984. It's been a minute. Great to have you back in here. We missed you. Great to see you tonight. Let's see. All right. Come on down. Let me make sure I missed, or I didn't miss. Miss Josie West, I hope you're feeling good tonight, dear. Great to have you in here. Becky Strider, good to see you. You never watched it. I wouldn't figure you would, Eddie. Virginia Wolf. Candy Girl, good to see you. Sorry, I can't sing at all. Mojo Rising's in the house. Mr. Mojo Rising. Be real. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Show. Hello, everybody. Papa G. Appa P in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight, bro. He looked up one in Mittens for Kittens. Welcome back. One influencer named Cookie or something who cuts open her arm on camera. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty wild stuff. Yeah, I didn't watch the video in its entirety. I just kind of skipped through here and there. So hold on a minute here. Excuse me. Nope, I'm here. Sorry, guys. I said just one. Oop, I should have done that for you. Give me a 1 second, everybody, if you don't mind. All right, guys. Hold on 1 minute. Let me check that real fast for you real quick. Thank you so much, Papa G. Drop 5 new memberships. Let's see what we got here. Looks like Divine Timing got one. Twisted Tales of True Crime got one. Colleen O. Or is that a Q? Happy Hounds and Susan Steele. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. 24 new meatballs. Jumping in the sauce already tonight. Again, thank you so much for that, Papa G. That is amazing. And that goes out to all of y'all. Appreciate you all so very much. You guys are so very generous. And God bless each and every one of you guys. Yes, we got new docs coming. What you thinking? Or what you think. They did pop in here today. We're going to look at those two real quick. Uh-oh. You be safe out there, Mojo, please. And thank you. It is a bad time of year for weather, folks. It really is. Yeah, thank you guys so much for all that. You guys are amazing. Okay, let's get this back up here real quick. One second. What are you crunching on there, Jesse? What's the crunchiness?
I got myself a cup of coffee and a big bag of pork rinds.
Oh, yeah. You can't go wrong with pork rinds, man. I love them things.
I do a no carb diet, so
yeah,
pork rinds is my snack.
That's it. They're really good with the plain ones. If you take the dry ranch powder that Hidden Valley makes and sprinkle that on top of them, they're really good.
Oh, I got a different. I'm literally just eating pork skin.
Yep.
No salt, nothing on it.
No,
just
nothing on them. Gotcha.
Thai style.
Nothing wrong with that. That's probably one of the best snacks you can have if you're doing that keto type stuff. Yes. Excuse me. Let me see here. All right. I think I did catch everybody. Sorry, guys. Trying to catch up. Yeah, we had storms today too, guys. If you're out there and underneath all this stuff, be safe, folks, please. 176 peeps in the house now, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way and share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing, please. And thank you. Much appreciated. And yeah, Jesse, or sorry, Eddie, you're welcome up here, buddy. You don't need an invite. It's an automatic for you. Of course, Jesse requested you, so that would be up to you, bro, if you feel like it, of course. That being said, let's jump into a little bit of what's being said here, guys. Let me get him right on key here and check this out. Give your opinions, please.
CEO of Garrett Discovery. We are a digital forensic expert witness firm. So our job is to analyze evidence and bring truth to light. So that means we don't pick sides. We work for both sides. We work for the prosecutors. We've worked for the defense. We do a lot more defense work than prosecution work. To be fair, that's because law enforcement has their own laboratories and their own people, right? So they typically only go outside those swim lanes when they need a little extra help or they don't have the technical capabilities to work on the case. So we do work all over the world. I flew to numerous countries last year, visiting Americans locked up abroad, interviewing them, conducting digital forensic examinations. So we examine planes, trains, cars, cell phones, computers, IoT devices, anything that has a chipset in it and a board. We analyze, and then we also do stuff like social media discovery and things like that. All things digital. Plus, I got a very large team. So I got a team that has cellular engineers on staff. One of my cell engineers came from the Intel community that helped track down terrorists. I have one that came from Vodafone. I have a doctor. I have nurses. I have computer experts, cell phone experts, social media experts. These people are specialized in what they do. So our job is simply just analyze evidence, write reports, and go to court and testify.
Sounds good. I mean, it sounds like you put yourself around a lot of the right experts and things of that nature. And I try to do the same in my life and aspect as well. I have folks that help me out so much with this channel, and I couldn't do it without them. So I want to thank the mods and everybody that's here. You mentioned terrorism, and before the show started, you mentioned that you guys helped out with the capture or the discovery or location of bin Laden. How did that go down?
Garrett Discovery didn't, but one of my experts did. So he worked for the Intel community. He designed the technology that found bin Laden. He's a cell engineer. He's got 15 patents in his name. He's currently over in Poland right now for the next couple of weeks, working on developing sub-meter positioning systems. That is to locate cell phones in a sub-meter way. So in other words, down to like 2 square feet.
Wow.
So that's what he's doing right now.
Wow. That's impressive. In a case like this where there's a lot of questions about locations and direction of travel and things of that nature, it seems like you would have been the guy to call. In fact, that seems to be in the case, right? You got a call from Brian Koberger's defense team. Is that accurate?
We did. We got a call from the defense team. At the time, we were super busy. We had lots of other cases on deck. And you got to realize when a case is first started, it's not like the sexiest thing. And everybody, a lot of forensic experts, if they're in a small shop, sometimes they would jump right in, right? They'd say, let's go, because they want the headlines and they want to get out there. I have a portfolio of cases open right now that give you a headline. I got Rudy Giuliani's case. I had a case for Gerard Butler recently, the movie star. We had Jared Fogel's case. I have Maxwell Anderson, the guy accused right now of killing and chopping up a girl up in Wisconsin. And we work for the Judicial Qualifications Commission, the Attorney Review Disciplinary Commission. So our portfolio is very large. So we see a lot of really, really high profile cases. We're on TV a lot. We sit for interviews all the time.
Welcome, Samira Dalby. Well, first and foremost, I'm going to give you my take. Is this guy is very proud of himself. In my opinion, at least. He's very proud of himself, and
it's hard not to notice when he starts name dropping like that, and very intentional. And if you have, we all have experience, I think, with people like this that are trying to sell you something or represent themselves to be big, important people. Really big, important people. Like when you meet Joe Rogan, do you think he's dropping names? Like, do you think he's telling you all the fancy people he knows? Because the big time people that I know don't drop names, right?
They don't have
because it's almost embarrassing because even if you are associating with all these big names, if you run around dropping them all the time, he's only been on the show for 2 minutes, he's already dropping names. It's just too obvious. He's giving the game away. So that's my takeaway. That was in the first thing in my notes is all the name dropping right off the bat.
Well, he brings up the bin Laden thing. Joe, sorry, I almost said Joe. The Gerard Butler. I mean, really, and like I said, I almost felt like bad for Daniel at this point. Like, wow, like, sorry, bro. That's a show taker right there. It's ridiculous. Welcome, LL.
Well,
Good
and clearly he had nothing to do with the bin Laden thing,
No.
and the association that his employee had, who we can only speculate how deep that goes, but the idea that he's using that to represent himself as associated with it, I think, is dishonest.
It is, and again, people are going to come back, and if anybody were to try to vet this guy and look into this and find these things out and come back, it's going to go back on Daniel, and that's not Daniel's fault. You know what I mean? Because somebody probably advertised himself to him and said, "Yeah, I'd love to help you with this, that, everything else. This is what I can do," and then he comes in and pretty much takes over the show with him, makes it about him completely, not what he can do to help with the show, and that's. Like I said, I don't always agree with Daniel's theories and feelings on things, but as another creator, that's just not the way you should do this. And I felt bad for him. I really did. The guy's very full of himself, in my opinion. So
I think it might be a nice learning experience for Daniel, though, because
I'm sure
you can see it was humbling at the end. He just, he had a knot in his throat, and it was, I think it was perhaps a necessary thing for him to go through.
Agreed. I can agree. And he'll, like I said, he'll learn. You live and learn. That'd have been like me, going on Daniel's panel and be like, so yeah, I've been in true crime for this long and that long, and I met Tommy Lee, and I used to hang out with this person and that person, and I played drums next to this person, and I played against this. That's not what it's about, guys. The guy's supposed to be coming on the show to help him understand certain things and to explain things as a guest, and he made it about him.
Well, the other thing I noticed about him too is, they called me, but I'm a busy man. I don't have time to solve the Idaho 4.
Right.
It might be the next OJ. It's on every channel. It's the biggest case in the world right now, but I'm a busy man.
I got open portfolios everywhere.
And he makes it sound as if he could solve this case over an afternoon if he really wanted to. But he hasn't even looked at it. He doesn't, because they won't pay it. And then later on in the interview, he says he'll fly anywhere in the world and do a drive test for $6,000. Yep. And it's like, well, why don't you just solve it then? And you don't think that's worth $6,000 in advertising? Obviously, if he was capable of solving it, he would.
I agree. Welcome, Miss Tracy. Sweet and Salty said they didn't hire him. He's got a grudge. That's very possible. Very possible. Let's see a little bit more here.
So to us, it doesn't seem sexy, right? To me, it's just another day in the office when you have cases involving cartel and 30 migrants in a boat and 400 kilos of cocaine. That's a 9 a.m. 5-minute phone call. When you're talking terrorism and stuff like that, the other day, I got the military that tried to assign me a case from one of the 9/11 terrorists and asked me if I would take case assignment to work on that case. The answer is no. I don't need the CIA in my business anymore already. I've had them in my business enough. We worked on, for instance, Cheryl Atkinson's case. That's the reporter that broke Fast and the Furious in Benghazi. In her case, the CIA was spying on her equipment, and we had to do the discovery on that. So you can only imagine when.
Now, see, here's another thing. If he's running these cases and doing what he's doing, should he be talking about that stuff openly like this? You know what I mean? I just, I don't know, man. And yeah, I caught that too. Be real. It's not sexy. Who talks that way? You know what I mean? Come on now. Saltzilla, yeah, brag much? That's an understatement, my friend. That's crazy. Like I said, with the things I saw when I scanned through this, I really felt bad for Daniel. He just kind of sits there like...
He definitely gives off used car salesman vibes or, door-to-door salesman type.
Right.
That real scammy feeling, like you almost have to have a shower after listening to him.
Oh, yes, agreed. Yeah, he makes you feel dirty. You know what I mean? That's a fact. Kind of sad. So, Daniel, if you hear me, sorry, bro, that you had to go through this. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, we don't agree on things. We have different opinions, but as another creator, I just felt bad. That ain't the way to do it.
When it's us on one side of the room and the CIA or FBI and intel agencies on the other side of the room, and we have to testify sometimes opposite of what they're saying. That comes with a lot of scrutiny. So we work on a lot of high profile cases, but they did call me. We were busy at the time. I don't think I gave them enough attention in the very beginning for a couple, the first couple days, and we moved on. Plus, they were also not in the position yet in the case to hire somebody. They really didn't have all the facts in the case. It was pretty new. But
okay.
Since then, I really didn't pay attention to the case a lot because, we got 429 open cases right now. We're working a lot. So soon thereafter, probably a couple months, somebody had asked me something about the case, and I said, well, when we first got called in the case, I ran some reports out in a system we have called Shadow Dragon. Was able to pull some social media data to show their relationships, and then I had also had a call from Inside Edition to clean up the audio because we got an audio video forensic lab too, and to clean up that audio to make it sound better and to clean up the video, and the mac and cheese truck video is what they called it. So we worked on that for Inside Edition as well.
Oh, good deal. I wasn't aware of that. And so
Exactly,
they
Monty.
contacted you. What was their reasoning behind contacting you guys? What did they tell you? They were looking for a specific answer or a specialty from you guys that they were looking into?
Yeah, cell phone. They had cell phone location data, to call it, and they were looking at that data. And my response to them was, and I saw what had been posted online with the government's report, and mine was, that's nonsense. Like what they were saying just did not make any sense whatsoever. And it's just not that. It's just the methodologies and the principles that are being used were completely incorrect and very misleading to the court and very misleading to any jury or anybody that's even reading the report that's ever had any engineering training whatsoever. I'll be glad to show you, why none of that stuff makes any sense.
Okay. And this is from the state side, right? Well, this is what you looked at first, Art. What the state is saying is nonsense.
Correct. The principles that they apply, and this happens in all these cases involving cell evidence. You got to realize there's most officers. Well, there's the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey team. They've been to actual real engineering training, and we'll talk about that.
Okay, hang on here. Let me back that up just a tinge, you guys, to replay that part again real fast.
Somebody had asked me something about the case, and I said, well, when we first got called in the case, I ran some reports out in a system we have called Shadow Dragon. Was able to pull some social media data to show their relationships, and then I had also had a call from Inside Edition to clean up the audio.
Sorry, I went back a little too far there. 1 second.
Okay. And this is from the state side, right? Well, this is what you looked at first, Art. What the state is saying is nonsense.
Correct. The principles that they apply, and this happens in all these cases involved.
Did you catch that part? What do you think of that part there, Jesse?
He goes on to really rip the state at every level.
Yeah.
He says that basically they're experts or ex-police officers that have taken a 2-day training course. And It sounds like he's describing Detective Mowry. Now, we have to keep in mind that he's not coming across as overly credible. And he's trying to sell himself. His whole point here, the whole reason he's on this interview is because he wants either the defense or the prosecution to hire him, and he's basically threatening if whoever hires him is going to win, and whoever doesn't hire him is going to lose, and that's what he wants everybody to believe. Yeah, he can solve the case in an afternoon. He just hasn't bothered yet because nobody's paid him.
Well, basically, yeah. And yes, Daniel definitely looked deflated. I'm going to speed it up a tinge and play that, let you hear a little bit of what he says. And you can tell, like I said, this is definitely not what Daniel expected when this guy came on his panel. I'm telling you. It's just not there. So I thought it was kind of interesting, at the very least, to hear. I mean, this guy, like I said, and Jesse just said, he's not. There's no credibility as far as I'm concerned. So Sorry about that.
He also goes on to name drop Howard Buffett, the son of Warren Buffett, says that he has lunch with him every now and then and lives just down the road, and he's the richest guy in the world and one of his better friends. He worked for NASA, and the FBI threatened to kill him with a hitman, apparently, because the FBI was upset with him because he exposed them in court.
Yeah, the guy is out there, folks. He's out there. And like I said, if Daniel didn't have those glasses on, I'm telling you, the looks had to have been interesting. I'll just put it that way. Hold on here.
Involving cell evidence. You got to realize there's most officers, well, there's the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey team. They've been to actual real engineering training, and we'll talk about that later. But everybody else in the United States goes to a 2-day school to become an expert in cell evidence. This is engineering stuff that they're talking about, and they have 2 days. I have some background in GPS. I was vice president of GPS core technologies before I did all this, that built the first application to track mobile phones. And that's from the phone side software. And then I worked at Naval Research Lab at NASA in geospatial intelligence. I went to training China, London on drive testing, engineering training, and I went to the same exact school that FBI CAST goes to at Florida Institute of Technology with the same professors. I actually hired those professors to teach our people the exact training they teach the FBI slide by slide, and went through the entire program because we wanted to understand what they knew and why we were seeing what we were seeing in court, which was incorrect. And we knew it to be incorrect. We wanted to make sure that it wasn't the base, like their educators, in other words, these professors were teaching them something incorrect. They weren't. They were teaching them the right way, but what they were using in court was horribly incorrect.
Got you. And when you say incorrect, does that mean inaccurate?
Yeah, absolutely. Just fictitious, made up.
Made
and
up.
I can give you a good example if you want to see one here.
Yeah.
Let me
Let's
draw for you. I'll be
right.
educator today. How about that? I brought a marker board. How about this?
Let's do that.
So you see a cell tower, right? We know that you have a cell phone, and we know that you have a cell tower that it took a phone call on. This
is the part that I showed. I'm going to skip past this part because this does get to be redundant. But right about here,
certainly pretty interesting that he says it's completely fictitious and just made up. I mean, this is a guy that's considered, as much as we're making fun of him and saying he's not credible, he's one of the foremost experts in the country, probably. I mean, I don't think it's all not true. I think he really is the way he pins himself, he's like another Cy Ray or a head-to-head. That's what he wants. He wants to be head-to-head against Cy Ray.
Right. Well, granted, like I said, he has the education, but you don't present yourself like this to people. I just don't get it, but that's so be it. Hey, Debbie Ann, good to see you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. All right. So this skipped forward to the point where he gets into his opinion of Cy Ray. Okay. I thought this was interesting too, the way he explained this. Max Smith, welcome. Great to see you. Super Goat Gazer in the house. Good to have you here as well.
Government head to head, and you're right. They'll flip it and try to like do all kinds of salacious things. I caught the government once trying to create and fabricate a criminal history for me. They got caught. The officer was removed from the force immediately. And the problem with him trying to create a criminal history for me is
So what he was talking about here, this is the tail end of him talking about the timing advance issues. So he's stating here basically saying that they got caught. They obviously did something they should have done, so on and so forth. And that's how he's relating this to another situation. And like I said, wow, I was really shocked about that. So I'll just keep going. It comes up, like I said, his feelings on Cy Ray.
he put a date and time for it in this report, in which I was in Bosnia in the Navy. And I was like, well, you could have picked any other time in the world and maybe, tried to make this any bit valid whatsoever. But I was literally, here's my military service track. I was in Bosnia in the US Navy. It's like ground pounding. Jeez. So, it gets nasty. When I say it gets nasty, it gets really, really nasty. I'm talking about, and I don't believe in the whole Blackhawks and, over your house and they're staring at you with cameras and stuff like that. Oh no, I have it where I've actually been in the hallway where they've literally said, if we could have a hitman kill you, we would kill you. Yeah. I mean, some of these, you got to realize you're taking somebody and you're basically saying the way you're doing it is wrong. It's like removing their religion.
Yeah.
It's like taking and saying, hey, guess what? Christianity's false. I know you're a Christian, but Christianity's false. And I now have
Miss Debbie Ann, welcome, says all the defense has to show is how everyone knew about the unalivings, all being shown and or told to many at University of Idaho and Pullman. Even the G family knew before the 911 call. So to me, that's proof. And that's a great point, Debbie. Very good point. That should be enough. But the way this case has gone, you know how where we're at with this. So yeah, but that's a great point. It absolutely should be more than enough. Welcome, Mocha. Good to see you tonight.
proof of another religion being true and accurate, and they just can't. They don't want to hear it. They don't. And I always tell when I get asked in the witness stand what my job is, I say I'm an educator. My job is to educate the jury, the judge about the facts of the case so they can make the proper decisions today. That is my job. So for Cy Ray, I think the problem is he spent a long time supporting law enforcement. I do believe he's a smart guy. I think he's got their secrets. Is clearly I saw his affidavit. He knows their secrets. He knows that he's basically, to me, and this is just my opinion, this is unsupported. This is not fact. But the way I look at this is this. He's basically tipping his hand just enough to say, I know all your secrets. Keep playing with me and I'll dump them all on the street.
Right.
And that's what I think.
In the sense I got.
Yeah, I have a sense that he's saying that. And we that have been doing this a long time, we know those same secrets. But if you dump them on the street, it's not a gentleman's game at the card table. It's now going to be dirty pool, and they're going to come after you with everything guns blazing, right? And I say that's something you don't want. You want to keep it professional at all times. I know a lot of the government secrets. I mean, I literally have former people that worked for CAST and everything else like that.
Donkey's asking, is he a cell phone expert or the DNA?
He's nothing to do with DNA. It's cell phone triangulation and online background checks and this kind of stuff.
Same type of stuff Cy Ray does. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are so welcome, Miss Debbie. Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate having you here. Welcome back, Michelle Epple. I'm glad you made it back safe, and congratulations on your grandson's graduation. Kat Lever, welcome to you. Miss Beckles, good to see you. I wish Ann could play this in court and just be like, Dylan, how can this be? I thought you all were in Kaylee's room. Very good point. Very good point. Very good point. Welcome, guys. I love having you guys here. And your critical thinking skills are amazing, and I love it.
It was really interesting when he said Cy Ray knows all their secrets and he's going to dump them on the street. And, he alludes to the fact that would be a disaster for the FBI. And you think about the way things are going and the Dateline leak and how that might have come from the FBI.
Right.
The fact that their secrets are about to be dumped in the street might prompt them to panic and do something to sabotage the trial.
I have to agree. I do have to agree. And yes, Sandra, Cy Ray is a professional and very respectful. He would never act like this fool. Never. So, Cy stated the obvious. Something dirty's going on and a man's life is at stake. Amen to that one.
I think Cy Ray is every bit as arrogant as Andrew Garrett, but he's just a little bit more socially refined, and he knows better than to pop off the way that Garrett does.
Right. No, well, he doesn't. I've never heard him act like this, but yeah, I agree with you. That makes sense.
I think he's just more intelligent socially. He knows how it would look if he was to talk. But I think Cy Ray thinks highly of himself to the same degree that clearly Andrew Garrett does.
I'm sure. When you have this much education in certain things and you know the things that you're able to accomplish and the want and need for that can swell your head very easily. Welcome, Tita. Good to see you tonight.
I think it's pretty common in highly intelligent people to have shortcomings in social intelligence and not realize the damage they're doing to their own credibility when they're representing themselves the way this guy is.
Yes, agreed. And Cy has the experience to back up all this. That's true. We don't know. I mean, granted, I know who this guy says he is, and I'm sure he is, but we don't know for sure who he is. Cy has proved who he is. Welcome, Josie. Thank you so much for being here tonight, dear. We appreciate you. So there's that too. Just saying.
That have written me long, lengthy letters about stuff and problems they've had. and issues they've had with the evidence, but I'm not going to dump that on the street. There's no sense in it. Let's keep it to the science. Let's keep it above board and let's do our jobs.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is. Size in a situation, I think now that what he needs to do is explain the science behind timing advance. Unfortunately, is you can read on the bottom of T-Mobile or AT&T or Verizon's disclaimers. They will not testify to it. They won't explain to you how it works, and they won't stand behind it. That's because it's not designed to determine distance from a tower.
Interesting.
It was designed to correct timing problems in communication, not to measure distance. The distance part had to do with the calculation the FBI wanted done.
So if the phone has like the capabilities of giving you exact timing with GPS and things of that nature, why do you think law enforcement still uses these tactics?
No. That's a different set of data. That data is only kept on the phone. So without the phone, they don't have that. All they have is the network data.
Right, but they got Brian Koberger's phone.
None of what we talked about is GPS.
Right, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is they got Brian Koberger's phone. Why are they still sticking to this versus his GPS data on his phone? What would make you think
it may not be on? If it was turned off, then you got no data.
Perfect.
And that happens a lot. Like we get cases all the time where we look at the case and we're like, let's get the phone. We get the phone and there's no GPS data on it at all. I'm stone cold dead in the water. No, if somebody took a photo or something that had GPS embedded inside of it, think about this. If I send you a photo on my iPhone, I got the new 16 Pro last week. If I take a 16 Pro iPhone and send you a photo I took to your phone and you save it locally, one could look at your phone and say, hey, you were at the place I took the photo, date and time, because they don't know the difference.
Thank you.
You can't tell which phone it was taken on. You just know it was taken on an iPhone 16 Pro. So it's very easy to get things wrong based on GPS embedded inside of like a photo. Now, if you have stuff like Waze or Life 360, any of that stuff like that, but, Verizon Track Navigator or something like that, that's data you're not only collecting on the phone because it's talking to 3, 5, or 7 satellites in outer space, and it's taking the timing of those, which it knows the timing from checking the internet. It syncs them all together and gives you a fixed position, right? Mm-hmm. Then if you take that data is either stored on the phone sometimes or it's stored in the cloud, like Google. If you go to google.com/locate or google.com/takeout, you can download your location data and you can see where you've driven to, right?
Yeah.
It'll show you that. But if the phone's GPS is not on, none of that's happening. All those apps are dead. They're not working.
Interesting. Well, I know that they have certain apps like Strava that gave some GPS location and stuff like that based off the warrant. So we'll see. But it sounds like to me that he probably had a lot of those things turned off while he was doing his thing, due to the fact that they're using this instead of GPS locations. They're using, his network connections and call data and stuff like that. Now, you guys did something else. You guys looked into a possible connection with Brian Koberger on social media, or looked into social media with a program called Shadow Dragon. Is that accurate?
Welcome, North Carolina Mountain Man. Good to see you tonight, bro.
Yep. Full disclaimer, we did not get paid or was asked to do that. This was live while I'm in conversation with the defense team.
Right. All right, I'm going to skip forward, and then I'm going to skip through this. Just a few little more pieces per situation here, and then we're going to move on. It's just, you can tell. You can pretty much see who this guy is, who he would be if you sat down and had coffee with him. It would not with me. This would be a very short, quick conversation, and out the door I would go. That's all I can tell you.
Somebody in the chat asked earlier about the connection that he sort of implies that there was some kind of connection on Instagram, but he lets the cat out of the bag when he says that anybody can sign up using Brian's email address, at Brian's real email address.
Right.
You can spoof his. So he explains how anybody, right after Brian's name was released on the news, could have made a spoof account, and that he qualifies it and says, and I can't guarantee that that's not what happened, when we already know through court documents that that's exactly what happened. So they talk about it like, oh yeah, we've got this connection and Daniel wants it to be a connection so bad, but you can, if you're perceptive enough, you can see that Andrew Garrett drops the disclaimer in a very sneaky way so that you can't pick up on it. But yeah, there's no connection. In my opinion, by reading into it like that, there's no connection.
I'm trying to see about how far down that would be.
Another interesting thing that comes up here, and I don't know if you can see it, but he mentions a lot of wrongful convictions. He mentions a company that came out with a software that was doing background checks and looking for trying to solve crimes. And I think he throws out a number like 600 wrongful convictions based on this software. And all the software was an AI program that made shit up and spit out a bunch of fake crimes. and people were prosecuted and went to jail for it. And
Wow.
and apparently the owners of this software have fled the country. And this sounds like this is a recent, like just developing case. I thought that was really interesting.
Was it about that Strava stuff? Is that what you're talking about? The Strava software?
Is the Strava software, is there a case involving Strava?
I don't know. That's what I was asking because I wasn't sure.
Well, Strava is just a running app, right? So I think he's, the way it sounded to me, he talks about this shadow dragon a lot, and this is what he claims is he met the owners of Shadow Dragon through the Buffett family, who he has lunch with all the time. He lives just down the road, richest people in the world, but he's got them all on speed dial. They wanted to sell him this Shadow Dragon for millions, but he talked them into just letting him use it for free. But then he describes this like competing app that's like Shadow Dragon. He makes it sound very similar, but it's just a complete scam, and all it does is bring up fake information. And now, after 600 wrongful convictions, the owners are fleeing the United States. But this is also part of the entire interview. His whole modus operandi here is every expert that isn't me, it can't be trusted. The only people that can be trusted are me and my guys. Everybody else is full of beans, and they're totally incompetent. Can't figure out anything.
Right. Of course. Got to be number one. Put yourself on top. What a joke. Heather said the 600 cases allegedly is about AT&T timing advance being wrong in those cases. That's insane. 600 guys. 600. What a mess. Heather said, I called this whole thing a PR stunt way back when he posted about it on his LinkedIn. Yeah. So let's get to, this here. When he brings in the Koberger victim connection thing. Here you go.
And then
so what is that? Everybody in Pullman and Moscow?
Right.
The population of Pullman and Moscow?
Right. This is crazy.
That had to do with anything to do with the victims. So the victims are in there. So you've got now. I didn't even save this. If you want to see how it was not as important to me as we threw it up there because it was a great example of Shadow Dragon's use, so we could show our clients. But what it does is we are mapping out the victims and Koberger's social media data to see if there's really.
He has to make sure to tell everybody how unimportant this case is to him, how unneeded it is for him to have to be bothered with it. That's pretty saddening to me.
He did this with one hand while he was on the phone with the defense.
Exactly.
And he's never looked at it again. He's said that a few times as well. He's never looked at it again.
This guy's like Superman, guys. Check him out.
Related to every person on there on that graph basically had some kind of link somewhere that linked either to the victims or back to Koberger, right? So basically said if he's friends with somebody that's friends with them, it would show on there. So you see these little fingers that come out it's like a bunch of fingers. That means he's related. He's got a connection to those people that are connected to the one of the victims.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, Dateline mentioned that he was following a lot of people who were friends of the victims, but they never really tied it in together. So what information did you use to pull this up, and where did you get that? I'm assuming it was an email that you used from his
background check.
Background check. Okay.
Any company that has access through Clear at the airport, right? You can subscribe to Clear. Now don't get me wrong, they come out and they got to visit your facility and videotape it, make sure you got security in place and all this stuff, because you can do things in there that require certain levels of access and security. Like if I want to demask somebody's social security card number, I better have a legal reason why, right? Maybe fiduciary duty, maybe it's by order of the court. But if you just want to run regular background check, the same as your employer runs when you get hired, and get name, phone number, address, what happens is in background check data, like through Clear or through Thomson Reuters, IRB, TLO, LexisNexis, all that stuff, they collect data. And what happens is let's say you apply for a credit card and you use a brand new email address. They will track that application and that email address and that phone number you use. And let's say you did it from your home IP address. Let's say your home IP address is 74.139.50.50. and you do 10 transactions like that from your home over a 2-year period, they're going to put like a confidence rating of like 90% that that's your home address, IP address. So they not only know your IP address and your phone numbers and your emails, so they keep all this in the databases. We run a background check, we grab that data, and then we start using that as the thread to pull on in Shadow Dragon. That's how it works. So you have to have something, you know, if you just had just an alias, you might not get as far as if you had like a full scope background check on somebody, because you're getting a bunch of data on it out of the background check.
And if I know I had looked at it a couple of times, so here they are. Let's see, aliases. I recall here the email address, and I remember seeing these email addresses on documents, and you know, I informed Steve, father of Kaylee, that we were doing this interview, and he said that he had a question. He asked, which email accounts were used to compile your report, and do those same accounts or their associated IDs appear in the official court records? In other words, if these accounts are deemed reliable enough for legal proceedings, why wouldn't they be considered fully accurate for your report?
Different set of data. Like,
Welcome, Tom.
the email addresses, probably these came from the actual official background check. It's not even official. I mean, background checks are like still not even valid data. It's like whatever he filled out in some form somewhere where he got a credit card from Walmart. That's the email address that he put down, right? That's probably where those emails came from. That is used to search the social media platforms. But here's a real reality. If I went to a social media platform that required no verification by email, the verification's by phone, I could put in brian.koberger@wsu.edu, but put in a phone number, let's say 217-555-1212. And if I get the text message to validate the account, it's now validated with that email address. See my problem? I'm not even Brian Koberger, and I created an account with his name on it.
Understood.
So you have to be, that's why this is the basis you would use to start issuing search warrants to the email providers, to Instagram and stuff like this. I got told that law enforcement got a copy of this very quickly after I sent it over. A girl who did a podcast actually like shared with me an email, sent me an email out of the blue and says, "Hey, I'm a podcaster. I've got this email between the family and like the attorney, and I need to know, is this real?" And I was like, "Well, I wasn't part of it. I have no idea." I said, "But the data that's associated with that, I know where that came from. That came from our office." And so my understanding is they were well aware of these things. They just don't have Shadow Dragon at that law enforcement facility, and I don't think they had it at the FBI then. It was pretty new. But if I had this kind of report, due diligence is they should have ran down everything in it, every piece of this. I would have been calling either Shadow Dragon and subscribing, get a demo, or I would have been calling me and saying, "Hey, you know, give me the data behind this, give me the transform files and all the stuff that shows how this came to be," and I would have ran down every piece of it.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I definitely would have too. I mean, there's some interesting things here. I have, this says here Instagram users, it says 1,089. I noticed that it's in alphabetical order, and then it stops, and then it goes again in alphabetical order. Are these two different types of lists? Are these like, you know, following and followed? Do you know why they're separated that way?
No idea. I haven't looked at this in a long time. But typically, it would show the difference, like followed or following, something like that. I know the new reports do, but
And so this one says here, like I highlighted a couple of things. It says like one is 1112 KED. I mean, that one popped out right away when I saw that. I mean, yes, the murders happened on the 13th of November. However, it was a Friday night leading into Saturday morning. That Friday was the 12th. So that was interesting. But we do see Maddie and Kaylee among this list. Now, in your research, which is on the second list, after it goes through its alphabetical order and then it starts again. On the second list, it has Kaylee Jade and then Madison May Mogan. Do you know when he's followed these? Because I think that would play a role, right? So no.
Yeah.
So Tita says that I guess Steve Gonsalves asked a question in chat on the show about this. That's wild. See, that is just wild to me, and I absolutely believe that happened. I have no reason to not believe.
Well, no, Daniel claimed that he had discussed it with Steve prior, but I mean, Daniel's letting the cat out of the bag that he's basically in daily communication with Steve. But this was apparently a question that Steve had passed on in advance of the interview, not live on the show. But I'm not sure whether that's relevant or not. Clearly, he has a pretty close relationship with Steve these days. But I got a question for you. How long do you think this actual episode is going to be live on Daniel's channel? Because he's removed a lot of the stuff that doesn't fit his narrative. I
think truly, Jesse, as some of us other truth channels, as I like to call us, as some of us other truth channels look at this, break this down, and see it for what it truly is? Probably not long.
Well, that's why I'm glad we're going through it, because I think it is just a gold mine of information, and
I agree.
I think it's really important to understand the dynamic that's happening between these two guys right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be surprised if Steve G speaks on this too, because this has got to be driving him up the wall, because you've got this. So, I mean, I think Steve G puts this guy on a very high level. Like this guy's way better than Cy Ray in Steve G's mind. And now it's got to be so deflating for both Steve G and Daniel and Jeff H.
I can agree. And it, this is what happens. This is what happens when it's not based on truth. In my opinion, it will collapse in itself. So just saying. Okay, moving forward to the next statement, he talks about real quick a little bit of Papa Roger. That's interesting too.
Enough. A lot of people are asking, and I've had this question myself as well. Could you tell or see if he was related to the Instagram or the Facebook profile Papa Rogers?
I don't know. I don't. It doesn't ring a bell to me. But I probably only looked at this for maybe an hour in my entire life. So, I don't know. I mean, is it in there? Is it in the sheet? Did you search for it?
It's not in here. This is all Instagram stuff that I saw. I didn't see anything here that said Papa Rogers on Instagram.
I may have not. So each time you get link to a social media account, say Instagram, I can right mouse click and say footprint out Instagram. Like, tell me everything. I probably didn't do that for Facebook yet. Okay. Once I found these two were related, I knew it was like, okay, well, they've got some relationship in some way. Either he's following her, she's following him, or they know each other, right? That's what I was looking at.
Gotcha. And like you mentioned, all this, to your knowledge, has been sent over to law enforcement, and they have this as well.
I've been told a couple times now that it ended up being brought up in the case, like in court somehow. And I was like, what's really interesting is nobody's called me about it from law enforcement. Nobody's called me about it from the defense side. I think, due diligence is they should have done their own research and their own homework. They can't just rely on me and mine. And especially just an automated tool, because I can't stand behind the validity of any of it. Although there's some now the stuff that stands out to me, like All Trails user right there. I mean, All Trails tracks where you're hiking, right? That should definitely be explored. Those are things I would have just drilled down into and explored even further.
Yeah, I definitely would have as well. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up a few questions if you don't mind. I know we're gone over an hour here, so I don't want to be disrespectful of your time. Knowing the info about the science CAS uses, how much trust should be placed in their data relative to the Coburger case?
Well, we have to look at it. So we know that there's a phone. We know a phone call or text message or data was being used, and we know the location of that cell tower. So if somebody says, okay, he was on the southwest side of the city versus northeast side of the city, I'm not going to argue there. That's accurate, right? And depending on, and there's other factors to take into play, but in general sense, yes, you could tell somebody drove from the northeast side all the way down to the southwest.
Which part are you asking about, Christina? Welcome, by the way. Great.
Probably about the association of the Instagram accounts and the following them, but somebody else asked, who is this guy? So the answer is, this guy was an expert that originally was contacted by the defense.
Right.
He claims that he was too busy to accept the job. I personally believe if Ann Taylor talked to this guy for 20 minutes, she would have decided not to hire him. He also let the cat out of the bag a few minutes ago. If you guys caught that, he said, I can't stand behind the validity of any of it. When he was discussing the Instagram connections and the email addresses, and he was discussing that law enforcement should have done their own due diligence, and none of this has come up in court documents, and I can't stand by the validity of any of it. So to me, all this is an indication that it's absolute bullshit. And then he said, at the end of the day, it's just an automated program, also almost belittling his own work, right?
Yeah.
But
in my opinion, yes.
But also he, oh man, I forgot the point. Oh, the ADD. I forgot what the point I was going to make.
I get it. I'm the same price.
I forgot the point I was going to make. I'll get back to you when I figure it out.
Hey, Firefly, good to see you tonight, dear. Yes, he is a complete sleazeball. We've come to that conclusion ourselves, dear. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
West side, and somehow, or it was on an airplane and flew overhead. When you see the data change really quick, sometimes.
All right, I'm gonna move forward.
Basic cellular theory. The rest of it is how to plot dots on a map. That's it. You see that's here's the front book. Right here is let me show you how much instruction we have on it. Right here. That's cell phone.
Now, this is what he's stating about the cast stuff. It really does not do any good with what he states.
Theory. That's it. 15 minutes. 15 minutes of training, and these people are now experts on the witness stand.
So there, he's trying to degrade anybody that has that what do you call it? Hold on 1 minute, folks.
Wish I could remember that point that I was going to make, but it
Take
seems
your
to
time.
have escaped me. But he certainly continues to claim that he is really not that interested in this case, hasn't spent any time on this case, yet he's agreed to do an interview with Daniel for an hour and a half on this case. A busy man who's doing an interview with Daniel for free. A lot of what he says just doesn't pass the smell test.
Agreed. I'll give you guys, let Daniel give his quick recap here, and then you can judge what you think after the recap here real quick.
What the state was doing. And he was also very skeptical about what the defense was saying and what Cyree was saying and how that Cyree's information wasn't accurate. So I was fairly well aware of what his stance was on those things before bringing him on. I don't know where the state is today as far as this case goes, as far as their cell phone activity, if they've changed some things or not. But I'm going to make sure that this gets to the right place, because this is something that I've been saying since that Forensic Frenzy interview with Andrew Garrett a few months back, maybe a year ago now. And I was like, hey, what he is saying is true, that there's some question here. What he is saying is that this is also can be fixed, and this can be addressed in the meantime. And so hopefully this can get out to the right people, so that way they can do the right things to make sure that it is fixed. If it hasn't already been fixed, there's a good possibility that they saw that Forensic Frenzy interview a while ago and have addressed a lot of the things that he's mentioning now. And we just don't know about it yet. As far as what Cyree was saying, he's got a question mark about Brian Koberger and the way they used their phone, and a 7-minute situation there where he the state said that he turned off his phone like at 2:47, and then it was actually 2:54 or something of that nature, right? However, in the document, the PCA, it mentions that one of the way they correlate Brian Koberger with that phone and that vehicle that's seen there without the license plate is cameras. There's cameras on Nevada Street and things of that nature. And so, according to the PCA, it says that he turned off of the Nevada Street area towards SR 270, which leads to Pullman, and that this was around 2:53 in the morning. And so, reality, there's only 1 minute there of question mark. Now, the defense says that he didn't turn on 270, that he continued in a different direction. And if you go through the maps, there's a street, Sunshine, I believe, that is further south of 270 that goes back into 270. There's no cameras, there's no nothing there. In fact, I've had a video, and we'll play that probably in the next maybe the next time we meet. No, tomorrow we're having Jennifer Coffendaff, former retired FBI agent. Sorry about that. Former retired FBI agent, special agent Jennifer Coffendaff on the show tomorrow. So probably Thursday, maybe we'll go through some of the videos. I had one of our excellent viewers and members actually drive it for us and videotape it for us, and so they'll be bringing that to us, and we'll be able to watch that. I've had it actually for quite some time. And I've just been waiting for a right moment to play it. And so, was he connected to social media? I think so. I think he was connected to social media. He followed them. According to Andrew Garrett, he was unsure if Brian Koberger was followed by the victims. He didn't know that, and he didn't know when the following happened. And so, Daniel, doesn't this make you feel? Doesn't this make you feel we should all wait to learn what evidence is real vice opinion?
Great question.
Garrett mentioned as an example. Obviously, yes. You should always wait until you get all your evidence in. But in this case here, there's so much evidence against Brian Koberger. It's much more than the phone locations and the 23 times that he may have been there. It's the fact that his phone was off that night. And that's one of the things that Andrew Garrett mentioned, is that if the phone died, if the phone was out of service.
Yeah, that's bullshit. He said the opposite.
We know that he puts himself in his car, and we know that car didn't have a front license plate until November 18th. And so he puts himself in his white Elantra during the times of the murders and that specific time with his phone off. And it's in this oddly houred specific time of night. Now we also have video footage of a vehicle matching his down to the front license plate being missing in front of that area. In that area, now I know some folks are saying, "Oh, it could have been green, could have been yellow, could have been silver." You know what else comes out white on a black and white screen? White. So there's more to it too than just the fact that it was a white car without a front license plate. You also have the DNA inside of the house. You have the purchases of the K-bar knife, the purchases of the K-bar knife sheath, the sharpener. The K-bar knife and the K-bar knife sheath can't be found. You also have purchased the balaclava mask, the Dickie suit with the tag and the receipt left in his apartment. I mean, you have the entire kill kit that he made redone. And as I mentioned, this guy is a guy that claimed to have been or wanted to be some sort of expert in cloud forensics. And
I think you got to clip that. Everything he just said right there needs to be clipped for a short and break it down. A lot of stuff I would just love to rip into, starting with the color of the car. Yeah, there's a lot of people making out that you could have been silver, it could have been blue, it could have been green, but you know what else it could have been? White. Well, is that what you call evidence, Daniel? It could have been white. It could have been white. Yeah, it could have been. But if it could have been white, blue, green, or silver, that takes away from the fact that you're using it as evidence in a capital murder case. Could have been white isn't good enough.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But guess what?
He's talking about a kill kit that doesn't exist.
That's
the
the other one.
purchase of the balaclava and the Dickies suit and all this stuff. There's absolutely no indication that any of that has any relation. The only thing that we have indicating that a balaclava is involved is the statement from somebody who is not credible, who also stated that they thought they were in a dream world, and whose story almost suggests that they're not being honest. So,
right,
there's no credible witness saying that there's any balaclava involved, and the Dickie suit is a fantasy. There's no evidence of any Dickie suit, so none of those things are actual evidence to anything.
No, and that's what. It's funny that I froze this where I did, because this person is in his own chat, dropped him a super chat and said, "Daniel, doesn't this make you feel like we should all wait to learn what evidence is real versus opinion?" That last case that Garrett mentioned is an example. Yeah, you should. Basic on things that you just said right here and there. There is no proof of anything called a kill kit. This is something that Steve Gonsalves created a while back, and a few people stuck with it. And like they do, when Steve says something, people run with it. They run marathons with it, folks. It's ridiculous. So again, there is no proof of half of what has been stated, guys. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So anyway.
Yet he was resetting his phone, and that was one of the things that Andrew Garrett brought up as a way to try to mask your locations and if what you were doing. And so when you add all those things together, it really does play a pretty picture, paint a pretty picture.
So he lied twice about things. Andrew Garrett said that people turn off their phones all the time. Every iPhone user in the world, their phone goes offline a couple times a day. That's what actually Andrew Garrett said, and he's misrepresenting. And also, he said that people that have Android phones are wiping their phones for a variety of reasons, and that's not suspicious. And Daniel's blatantly saying the opposite of what Andrew Garrett actually said.
Yep. Because it didn't follow his narrative, and therefore he's got to make that happen.
I don't think this is going to last on his channel for much longer. I give it maybe 48 more hours and it'll be gone. It's too damning.
Too many people are going to call it out like we are right now. Just saying. Yes, I know. I am me. I'm sorry. But it's good to point out these things that shouldn't be said, shouldn't be done, and that are happening on such a regular basis. And that's exactly why we're doing it. Exactly. Mr. Gill said, yeah, his math ain't mathing by any means whatsoever.
Of what actually happened here. Well, maybe not a pretty picture. I shouldn't say that. A pretty ugly picture. But one that's pretty clear as far as being able to connect these dots. It's not a scenario where there's so many different things going on. And the other thing is, too, like with the scenario that you mentioned with the forensic guy and the hole in the head and stuff like that. I'm not aware of that case. I'm sure it happens. Those things happen, but I don't know if there's any evidence of anything like that happening in Moscow. So you can't look at what happens in one specific area at one specific time, because time is important, right? What somebody can do to I don't know, frame somebody today would be a lot harder to do, I mean, a lot easier to do 10 years ago or 5 years ago.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China at this point? Nothing. It doesn't mean you can't do it.
He's just not making sense. You can tell that he's trying to do damage control. This has been devastating. This is a huge source of embarrassment for him. Basically, Daniel's been completely emasculated by this entire interview, and I'm surprised that it's still available on his channel.
That's ridiculous, that statement there.
15 years ago, 20 years ago, the further back in time you go, the much easier way that those things are possible and likely.
It doesn't mean whether it's easier then, now, before, 20 years from now, it doesn't matter. It still can happen. So you're not saying that it can't happen here. You're just saying it would have been easier. Who cares if it's easier or harder?
I'm not sure that the stupidest comment he's made so far is that infrared cameras, yes, silver, green, and blue can show up as white, but you know what else can show up as white? White. I mean, that somebody's got to clip that, because that's just that's insanity. That is insanity to think that you're going to use that as evidence that, well, it's possible that it could have been white. Here we have a car that looks like, it could have been white.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Or possibility. I just think that it's kind of like the like 99% of the time something's going to go one way, and then that 1% of the time, because it so rarely does happen, it gets magnified and highlighted. And so the scenarios where somebody has been innocent or something like that they've been framed or maybe I don't know if framing, especially nowadays, is that all that plausible. Now I think mistakes, yes, very much so. I think that
he's never gonna accept it. Why is it not plausible to frame somebody? I want somebody to tell me why that's not a plausible thing. Truly.
Well, yeah, the other thing that he's not accounting for is he's only accounting for times where it's been proven. So you know what's actually more difficult than framing somebody? Proving that you've been framed and that you're actually innocent. That's harder. So you take all the tools that law enforcement and the government have to frame somebody, and then you take your average dude who might have a mental disability, and who's more capable of proving that they were framed and that they're innocent, or is it the government with all their resources capable of framing somebody? I mean, think about it, Daniel. Use your head, for Christ's sakes.
That's utterly ridiculous. I'm sorry.
That an officer can get some tunnel vision or whatever the case may be, and maybe not see certain things. But I don't think it's more like, all right, we're going to go plant some evidence and do this and that and a third, especially in this case. The DNA.
Especially in this case. Only in this case.
For Brian Koberger's DNA that's on the knife sheath. When was that found and located, right? For them to have planted that evidence, because the state lab was there right away. In fact, they're the ones that collected that evidence. They're the ones that found the DNA, and then they're the ones that entered it into a national database called CODIS.
So that couldn't have been planted just because they were there right away. I want to know how he knows when state lab got there. First off, okay, you don't know who could have planted that. Nobody does. The killer could have planted it themselves. Okay, you don't want to hear that though.
That is monitored and maintained by multiple law enforcement agencies across the nation. So, when would they have planted it? They would have had to have done it before it was collected. And I mean, when did they have time to do that? You start having to now think.
Not to mention that I still, at this point now, I even absolutely question if the DNA came from, if there was ever DNA on that sheath, folks. Now that I now know that there was a swab stent instead of the sheath, and that it was so easily available for them to toss the sheath, folks. Come on. This is what you got him with. This is the thing that made this happen. This is your biggest piece of evidence, and then you're just going to toss it? Miss me with the bullshit, okay? That tells me that, and a couple other things make me really question if there ever truly was DNA on that damn thing, okay? I'm just going to say that. That's and this is just my opinion because of everything else I've seen, the swab being sent over, all of that kind of shit, that's a problem for me, okay? So for them to even talk about tossing the sheath, I'm not saying it happened yet. All I'm saying is that they've spoken about it, okay? And that should be your number one thing to focus on, why this man is sitting in custody right now. And I got issues. That's all I'm going to say.
Goes. All right. Well, now law enforcement committed this crime because they're the ones that planted the evidence. It makes zero sense. And if somebody's planning evidence, why are you planning?
Why does that make zero sense? Because you were law enforcement, you can't believe that there's crooked law enforcement out there? Okay. It does make some sense.
And skin cells on a button snap. I mean, you can plan a lot more different type of evidence than that. Hair, stuff like that you can maybe not easily grab, because this guy was doing a bunch of things to try to mitigate his DNA being left behind in places. He was wearing gloves. He was, doing things to his trash and stuff. But, it'd be a lot easier to collect skin cells and then transfer them without any contamination, without manipulating that DNA sample as small as it is too, without introducing your own DNA into it. It would be very difficult. It'd be very difficult. So as much as I say, yeah, wait, for those that want to wait for the entire case and the evidence to be thrown out there, yeah, for sure. I just think that there's a strong case here that says that Brian Koberger committed this crime. I assume.
Strong. I mean, I think they say that so much, Jesse, because I think they have to keep reminding themselves to force themselves to believe this. There's no strong case here, guys. In fact, in my opinion, a lot of other people have seen and said this, that the prosecution has slowly crumbled beneath this up to this point. So where's the strength at? Show me the strength in this case.
Yeah, I'm still undecided on whether Daniel is just grifting and he's decided it's more profitable to be a guilter, or if he just lacks enough intelligence to see that there's not a preponderance of evidence. There's only a preponderance of bullshit.
Right.
Because like I said, yeah, there's a lot of different things that they're using to point the finger at Koberger, but all of those things are full of, name me one thing that isn't full of holes.
Every bit of it is. Every bit of it.
Can I send links in the private chat?
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
I came across a video on a small channel about the DNA. I'm going to send you the link.
Okay.
And say, whether or not you want to get into it today, but I think it's worth saving and having a little look at a future date if you didn't want to look at it today. But it's kind of boring and technical, but it really digs in. It sounds like a very reputable explanation for exactly what you're sort of suggesting.
Gotcha. All right, let's finish the end of this here and get out of here with this.
Then he was there 23 times or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if he was there more. But that's not the only thing that has Brian Koberger to this case. That's not the reason why they arrested him. If all they had
the reason why they arrested him, that's funny.
And there 23 times before, and there was no DNA, there was no video footage of his car. There was, his phone being off during the time of the crimes would be an aspect to it. But I mean, if there was so much more less, or if that was all that they had, they wouldn't have arrested him, because they wouldn't have had enough to arrest him. So you got to make sure, we take all this with a grain of salt, knowing that there's a lot more evidence outside of just the cell data evidence. Now, I hope that whatever it is that, because I'm not strong enough to explain everything that Andrew Garrett explained, or even Cyree. I'm not a cell phone guy. I don't know those things, so I don't know if they've been addressed or not. But I just hope at the end of the day that they do get addressed and it's done correctly, because that's what's important. All right, I'm just going to answer a couple more of these super chats. And we got that one. And your show is straight up the best on YouTube, man. Thanks for all your effort you put into this. Thank you so much, Justin Moto. I appreciate that. Do we have the data from both his phones, or if we have to be at work or personal cell at the same time? I think he had a Twilio account, which I think it had to do with his office number at work. Like that. So we'll leave it at that. Now, if it somehow gets out there and is aired out other means, then we'll cross that bridge when it comes. But for now, it won't. But I'll be back tomorrow night.
Wow.
Somebody just asked in the chat, what are the odds that the trial happens? and I don't know if they heard me say before that you start to look around, you start to add things up. There's a lot of secrets in this trial, and it would appear that there's a lot of secrets that people don't want coming out. And I've heard, this isn't my theory, I've heard other people come up with this. I think Harsh Reality came up with this, is that they might try to they might try to sabotage it, so that the secrets stay protected. And what Andrew Garrett said
Yeah.
about Andrew Garrett basically said Cyray was going to kneecap the prosecution, and he's got all their secrets and knows all their secrets. And Andrew Garrett indicated that the advanced timing data and everything in Cyray's affidavit was factual, and that he's aware of all those things as well, and that the last thing the FBI wants is for that to be dumped in the street. So a mistrial at this point seems like it would there's a lot of parties that would want to see that, I think. I mean, What do you think, Diego?
I don't want to see that personally. I think that would be the worst thing, because at that point, everything is going to be thrown out, hidden. We wouldn't see the truth, and the truth needs to be seen by everybody, guys, the whole world. And I think that I've even heard somebody say that they may throw a mistrial on purpose so that the truth isn't seen. Yeah, I can believe that at this point, but I I truly think the trial needs to happen for Brian to be completely vindicated, to prove the innocence, to show the corruption and the bullshit. I think it should all be seen, needs to be seen, and that's the only way it's going to happen is via the trial, in my opinion. So I don't think it's a good idea, but that's just me. So what about you? What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, I mean, now we have this motion for a continuance. A lot of people said they don't think Hitler will grant it. I'm not sure Hitler has a choice. I mean,
at this point, I don't think so either.
If Hitler just says, no, we're just going to go to trial, we're going to pretend this leak didn't happen, it's automatically, it's going to come back on him when it goes to appeal, and it will be appealed and it will be granted if you're doing stuff like that. I think Hitler has to grant the continuance. I mean, Hitler's already stated that he's extremely concerned about this. I mean, it seems to be heading to me toward a mistrial, to be honest. It really,
he needs to, yeah, I agree. And he needs to do something, either
get rid of the death penalty, maybe
either remove that from the table or grant the continuance, because one of the two has to happen considering what's just happened, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm not a legal professional, so I'm just speculating. But one thing I thought of that might be something that they would try to arrange is a negotiation between the defense and the prosecution. The prosecution could agree to remove the death penalty to avoid the continuance, as a corrective measure to the leak, and maybe the defense would agree to that.
I can agree. Yeah, something has to give at this point, guys. I mean, I'm not going through all the pages in this. I'm just going to give you these.
Donkey asked, "Do I think they have enough?" I don't think they have anything, Donkey. There's nothing. There is nothing that actually puts Brian Kohberger at 1122 King Road. I've said it a million times on this show and everywhere else on the internet. The DNA does not put Brian Kohberger at the scene of the crime. The DNA, but what you're going to find is in court, it's going to come out. When did that DNA get placed on the sheath? And what they're going to suggest is, well, he wiped down the sheath because there was only DNA in that one spot, right? So how does it get in that one spot? So it was wiped clean. Clearly, whoever was committing this crime had to have been wearing gloves because there was no DNA or fingerprints anywhere in the crime scene. So that means that DNA had to be on that sheath before it got to 1122 King Road. And if that sheath is the only thing that you're using to put him at the scene of the crime, and that DNA was on the sheath before it got there, then that doesn't put him there. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still a bad fact for Brian Kohberger, but I don't think you can convict him if you can't even put him in the crime scene. You're muted.
I agree. I do full-heartedly agree.
It's very difficult to argue this because so many people that I talk to think I'm just crazy. What are you talking about? It doesn't put. Are you dumb? It's DNA, man. The pushback you get from guilters when you try to explain that the DNA doesn't put him. And again, I'm not a DNA expert. I'm just using common sense. I've certainly heard enough DNA experts outline exactly what I just said. That's just
if
the way
they would
it
have
is.
if they would have found direct DNA, they'd have found semen, blood, something of that sort there. Okay, we wouldn't be sitting here talking right now. That's a different situation. That tells me that his physical body was there, which that could even be dealt with in some instances too. But I would take that. Okay, but this,
or even if the DNA was on one of the victims or on
yes.
on a permanent structure like a doorknob or a dresser or a door handle, something, But when it's on an item that was clearly introduced to the scene and isn't supposed to be at the scene, something that's easily passed around, that DNA just does not put him. That's even if it's his DNA is the other thing.
Yeah.
If it's his DNA, it still doesn't put him at the scene of the crime.
I agree. I do agree. Welcome, Phantom Grower. Justice, thank you for joining us. Justice says we all want to see the truth, but I don't want to see it at Brian's expense. I've seen too many guilty verdicts based on a false theory by the state and emotions from the family members to sway a jury. Amen to that one. Amen to that one, Justice. Thank you for that. That's the facts. And that's absolute, guys. Whose DNA was on that chair? That's a good question. With all that blood all over the chair, I'd like to know that my damn self. I'm sure it belonged to one of the victims, but I'm just saying I'd like to know which one personally. That might explain something. Don't hate. Don't be hating. Got it. Also, tests in classroom transfer DNA shows you can get DNA in a classroom when you're not there. Touch a gas pump. Oh, there's so many ways to get it. Don't be hating. 100%. Good to see you tonight, Borg. So prosecution leaked on purpose so that they could have bargaining power. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. Just saying.
Well, I don't think that's actually what I was suggesting.
I don't. I'm just saying anything's possible. I don't think that's what happened.
I think if you believe that the prosecution leaked it, I think there's a lot of people that would believe that, first of all, the FBI doesn't want their investigative secrets dumped on the street, as Andrew Garrett said. So they've got motivation to tank this trial. Yeah. Ashley Jennings, a lot of people feel Ashley Jennings' career could be ended by this trial. So yes. if it goes to mistrial right now, that might save Ashley Jennings' career. Yeah. Maybe Bill Thompson too. The prosecution might want to tank the trial, not for negotiating power, but to avoid the embarrassment. And when we discussed whether or not we want to see a mistrial, I think that you have to weigh the odds. Like, if you don't believe the truth is going to come out, if you don't believe that that Brian's going to be found innocent and we're going to find out the truth through the trial, then a mistrial might be the only way we would get to that. Because I think if there was a mistrial, if they were forced to abandon prosecuting Brian Kohberger, it's obviously a very negative result for the law enforcement, for the FBI, for Moscow. It leaves a bit of an ugly stain. It allows people like us to continue to speculate, and it also invites higher ups and more people to sort of get on board. Right now, it seems very trendy to be support the victims, be on Dylan and Bethany's side. You can see that there's more money for content creators to be on the guilter side. I think that a mistrial would sort of sway the pendulum a little bit and get more eyes on what they need to be focused on. Because right now there's still this illusion. Like you hear Daniel, oh, this is an open and shut case, and a lot of people believe that. It's a lot harder to say that if it ends in a mistrial.
Yeah, and it's not open and shut though. So right, I agree. That's a good point. You do bring good points with that for sure. So rather than reading this entire however many pages, guys, there's 40 some odd pages to this. I'm not doing that tonight. I'm going to read the argument to you, okay? And that's what this is all based in a nutshell. Alicia said, I did not hear that being discussed. but I could have missed it. What did you got here? Did Hitler mention something on plea deals? No. I don't know where everybody's getting this plea deal shit from. And
The interview room, or Scott Reich maybe is.
Yeah, something McDonough brought out or something. I don't know, but there's nothing about a plea deal. We'd have heard about that a long time ago, folks. In my opinion, if that would have been something, but whatever. I don't believe that's coming. I don't see that happening at all. But real quick here, thank you, SRB. This one here, basically, folks, it says this court has an obligation to uphold Mr. Kober's constitutional rights by vacating the trial date because defense counsel needs additional time to review discovery. Now, remember back when Ann was talking at the hearing before last, she claimed that she had an expert that stepped in and looked at the discovery that they have and told her that it would take 3 years to go through that discovery. So we have to know that there's no way in hell that she made it through that discovery. And by all rights, in my opinion, Brian has the right to have everything looked at to give him a fair trial. That's my opinion. That would be anybody. If there's that much discovery, then every bit of that should be able to be gone through. So they expect you to go through a 3-year realm of discovery in just a few months. That makes no sense. So that's basically what this is stating, okay? Because the defense counsel needs additional time to review discovery and prepare for the complex merits and sentencing phases unique to death penalty cases. So because of all of the fact that there is so much discovery and all that, they don't have the ability to focus on everything that they should be doing. They don't have a big enough team. They don't have enough people and just not enough time. Okay. And I get it. We all want this case over with as well. Like I said, he's going to do something. 1 second, please.
Meg says it's kind of funny how the YouTubers who speak to Steve G and KG are the ones putting out misinformation. Yeah. I got to say, we've been pretty consistent around here, haven't we? It seems like I've been here for 2 years. The story hasn't changed all that much.
No.
And if it does change, it only changes based on new information coming out. But
it just points out what our thoughts have been from the beginning. So yeah, very good point. Yes, Anne is working on another death penalty case. That's true. How can there be that much discovery? 90% of it is probably digital. 65 terabytes, folks. That's a lot. A whole lot. Okay. There's a lot of digital stuff to go through. There was over 400 witnesses that they had to get testimony from. And they've struggled with that the whole time. Like Ann said, a lot of people don't want to talk to her. They just don't want to. That should tell you something in itself, that they had to coerce people into talking to them to make them comfortable enough to talk to them about this for whatever reason. That takes time. That takes, effort, things like that, to go through that many people to get somebody comfortable enough to talk to you about this case. That says something in itself to me. They don't want to talk about it. They're not comfortable talking about it. People are afraid to talk about it. There's a reason for that, folks. And I don't think it's because they have the guy in jail for it. So there's that too. Alicia said, and if anybody isn't sure of how much info that really is, I suggest Googling how big just 1 terabyte is. It's a lot. It's a lot. So take that into account, that 65. That's insane, folks. That's a lot. So this is basically what this new document here is about, guys, about the continuance for the trial. That's why. 100%. To ensure that Brian does get a fair trial, as deserved, that they have the ability to go through all of the discovery. As she stated, she found a tip in there that points to the possibility of 2 perpetrators with 2 different weapons. Well, she found that by going through this sloppy mess that was handed to her of discovery. Who knows what else is in there? They need to look at it all to ensure that they're not missing something. So, just saying. Welcome, Captain Jenks, and welcome to your new phone. Congrats, bro. So, LR, good to see you as well. So, next up here, hold on. Another day we can probably sit down if you want and go through this, but there's no reason truly to go through that document because I just gave you in a nutshell what it is, and that's all truly it is.
That's a good question, Diego. Do you think Dan? I mean, I'm sure Daniel's welcome if he would like to come on this show, but
He's
somebody
always
asked.
welcome. Yeah,
But I don't know if he would be interested. I think he would. No, I mean he comes in the chat from time to time. He watches, right?
Yeah, he used to, and he would in the past, but now that we are on completely different sides of the fence at this point, and I don't think that he would be comfortable. Of course, everybody would be respectful in here. Nobody would go at him. I always leave my door open for any other creator to join me up here to talk about this. I've always respected Daniel, shown him respect, even though I disagree with him in a lot of ways, but I've always shown respect to him, and he has me. So there's that. So yeah, he's always welcome to join me if he'd like to. Now I also have the motion for leave to exceed the page limit, the order granting leave to exceed page limit. And that is, it is hereby ordered the defendant's motion to continue. Wait a minute. Wait a second here. This is, yes, you'll leave your turkey collar in the drawer. This is the order granting leave to exceed page limit. The court having before it defendant's motion for leave to exceed page limit and good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's motion to continue and their ex parte supplement to the motion to continue may exceed the page limit. That's all this is, guys. And that's it for now. We got 3 documents as of yet, but that's it. I'm sure there'll be more coming. Well, thank you very much, Tita. I try the best I can. I appreciate that very much. There's no reason to be any other way, in my opinion. Whether we agree or disagree, there's no reason to attack people. Now, Chris McDonough, I have a bit of a chip for. I truly do, because of something he did to another person that he never should have done. That one kid that he did. That situation, that was bad. That's whole bad, and I have no respect for that person after that. And not to mention what he's done with this case, what he did with the glove. Just no, there's no respect there, so I will not respect him in that aspect. Just saying. Moto Man, again, thank you, brother, for the super chat. 100%. That's why there have been no student leaks. Definitely intimidation, either by frat or freds. I agree with that. I do. Think about the reason why Bethany left and never wanted to come back. Changed schools completely.
Guess what, Diego?
Yes, sir.
Remember when I had a brain fart earlier?
I do. You remembered it.
I just remembered.
Good deal.
The point. So I know now that it's out of context. Nobody probably wants to hear it anymore, but I still want to say it because I just remembered it.
Right.
So what I wanted to blurt out was that Daniel gets all over people like me when I come out with theories about the green car or this other stuff. You're a conspiracy theorist. That's a baseless theory. You're speculating. But then Daniel proceeded to tell us about this route that he had come up with, where there was this road with no cameras, and this is, so he's got no proof, but he's got this route that Brian took by Floyd's because this is to explain the fact that he was traveling in the wrong direction and it couldn't have been his car at Floyd's cannabis shop. Right. So he's got this sort of theory which involves some dirt road, side road, no cameras, turning around, going in the opposite direction. And I just find it so laughable that Daniel and other guilters feel completely comfortable doing these mental gymnastics, coming up with these extravagant theories that defy Occam's razor. And then when we come up with theories that are more friendly with Occam's razor, we're lunatics.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And there's no proof of anything putting that theory out there, but it's to be accepted because you're a guilter. That's just the way that works. Thank you guys again. for all of you dropping the super chats, donating the memberships. You guys are amazing. God bless. We appreciate you so very much. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff, folks. That is some crazy stuff. Let's see here. Where was I at? One moment here. Hang on. All right. Wait, what's this here?
Yeah, Tom Boyd. I mean, Daniel's theory about the back roads. Yeah, I mean, it might be plausible, but no more plausible than the car could be green, in my opinion. I was comparing it to the way he doesn't like my when I'm speculating on whether or not the car could be green, he freaks out and then proceeds to come up with his own theories. I hope you guys all enjoyed breaking down that video, because for those of us who've been here for the last 2 years and know Daniel and have had experiences and understand how he's gone to the dark side, to watch him squirm in his seat while Andrew Garrett spouts all that stuff on his show, it was quite satisfying for a guy like me. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Definitely quite interesting. What else we got to talk about on this tonight, Jesse? I'm surprised Eddie didn't join us.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. That DNA video is a little bit slow. Probably be better for another time, maybe. But if you wanted to have a quick look at it, we could.
Yeah, I can pull that up, no problem.
I mean, that does seem to be the other issue, right? Is the DNA, the 911 call, the DNA, the car. I mean, at this point, the car seems. I'm pretty confident that the car is just completely shot. I mean,
I can agree on that one. Yeah, I don't even, like I said, I don't believe there was a car. Period. I just don't believe there was a car. If anything, the people that did this.
But if they can come out in court and actually show that
Yeah.
the prosecution has been using a video of the neighbor's car, I mean, can you imagine the reaction?
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think there's a car. No, Jeff didn't. I don't think there's a car. I haven't thought there was a car. I feel like they were on foot. They came in, did their thing, and off they went, out through the back, down them stairs, and gone. The car may have been over there somewhere, but that's all I'm saying. So, but yeah, let's check this out. Scan through this. I'll put this on a little bit faster. Pick up some pieces out of this, and then we all have another video too. I wanted to look at. I don't know if Jesse, if you caught the video. Remember the jacket they found on the fire hydrant that everybody thought was Maddie's jacket?
Yeah.
There's a video that came out where they caught Ellie looking at the jacket, going through it.
I saw that too, and then they just put it back, right?
But they found something in it, took it out, kind of sneaky like, so that you really couldn't see what they were doing. Stuck it in the pocket and put it back. What'd they take out of that jacket? That was wild to me. People said it looked like a potato gun. People said it looked like a taser. People said this, that, and everything else. The point is why would you put that back?
Isn't a potato gun pretty big?
Not a potato gun, a beanbag gun. I'm sorry. Which is about this big. You know what I mean? There's some weird, like, why are you, first off, hiding what you're pulling out of there instead of standing there openly taking it out? But they were like, it was like they knew there was a camera there and they were kind of handing it off to each other real quick and weird like, and then just kind of tossed the jacket. That's not evidence. That's weird. So very interesting to me. That was something else I saw. Little things like that catch my attention and make me go, what are you guys doing and why? Makes you wonder how many of those things happened. Yes, I saw that, Danielle. Yeah, I will show that clip, guys. We have it here. Actually, let me do that real quick first because it's shorter, and then we'll jump to this. So hold on here. It is still in here, right, SRB? I'm pretty sure. For those of you that may not have seen that, you'll see it. It was really like, what are you guys doing?
We need Miss Potts here for this. Is she she's a DNA person, isn't she?
Yes. I do believe so. She's definitely a document person for sure.
I am not an expert in anything. I'm just an expert at guessing.
There you go.
I'm a really good guesser.
Where did you drop it at, SRB? In the mod chat, or did you drop it to me personally? Because I don't see it between us personally. Did you notice that the Dateline surveillance video of the car doesn't have sound of the car driving by, but yet they have sounds of a thud? Yeah, I noticed, Justice. Very good point. It's in boy. Okay, SRB. Thank you, dear. This is interesting, folks. I'll tell you that much. It's very interesting. And when I first saw it, I was like, what the hell was that? And what are you guys doing, you know? And it gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. Anything else we've ever seen in any kind of an investigation, when they're going through things, looking at things, you see it. It's out in the open. It's right there. They don't hide it. This very much looks like they were attempting to hide whatever they were doing. Okay? For whatever reason, I don't get it. But okay. Let's see here. Oh, 1 minute. There we go. Thank you, SRB. 1 minute here. This came out via the Chaos Sector, and I don't typically watch them.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector.
Not because they've done anything wrong. It's not my thing usually. But this was interesting. I'll tell you that much.
I think the Chaos Sector was interesting a year ago or 2 years ago. They've gone really, really rogue lately, though.
Yes, agreed. And that's kind of where I'm at. That's what's happened. There's the link for those of you that want to go check them out. Thank you, SRB. Let me get up here to about the 15-minute mark here, folks. I want you to see this. I'm going to slow it down, too, so you can see it right as it happens. Hang on. We're going to work up to it here.
I certainly don't agree with their theory about Ethan.
I never even caught that. What was it, Jesse, if you don't mind repeating it?
I don't even think you want it said on stream. I'll tell you in the back chat.
Oh, okay. I got you. If it's like that, then no, I got you. It's definitely something I wouldn't want to hear then. All right. So here we go. Did you mean Ethan or Hunter?
Yeah, I meant Hunter. Sorry.
Hunter, got you. Okay. No.
Maybe you did.
Then yes, I've heard that already, and no, I don't care for that at all because that makes no sense to me.
No, it's something that I think is pretty distasteful. If
it is
certainly just if it's just speculation. I mean, if you had some solid evidence, maybe, but you shouldn't be speculating about stuff like that.
Not like that. No, I agree. It's really a negative thing, Borg. Basically, in a sense, they basically state that Hunter had something to do with the end of what happened to Xana. That's what the whole knife was about. I highly, highly disagree, and it's absolutely not something I am comfortable with. So you shouldn't put stuff like that out unless there's absolute solid proof, like Jesse said. So Diana Kerr, welcome. Good to see you here. Say it ain't so. Leave Daniel alone. Quit using. I was reviewing it. Say it ain't so, and I was respectful about it too. So he has every right to do that with mine as well. We were reviewing and talking about the interview that he had. We do it all the time. So
Lana had a 2-hour show with your logo on it a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago.
absolutely, that's what we do. I did it with respect. I've never disrespected Daniel, and he knows that. So I'm sorry you felt that way. Say it ain't so, but it is what it is. Green Eyed Monster, welcome. Good to see you. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
We were trying to determine what black object was wrapped inside the black coat Madison was wearing. As you see, we identified that coat as the same coat Madison was wearing that night. Zooming in as close as possible, we came to the conclusion that it was a hatchet. Yet, there is another object this could have been, and that would be a beanbag stun gun. The same beanbag gun that the poster alleged Kaylee was shot in the face with. Let's go back to that episode for a moment to see if it resembles the stun gun.
Now you got to watch close here, folks, because this is hard to see this. But where are we at here? Maybe that's too slow. Hold on.
Seems like the drunk turkey fans have come in full force to. He's got his minions out protecting him now.
Jesus Christ. I was very I didn't go off on him. I was respectful to him. So, and I didn't use his content. I reviewed his content as many creators do when you're reviewing a situation. So, nice.
We were more focused on his guest than him, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
him.
Daniel didn't even talk.
Yeah, I even said I felt sorry for that guy for the way that went down. So there was no disrespect there. I've always been respectful. So sorry to say that, George, but have a good night. It's very hard to see this.
I want to take bets on how long that episode lasts because I think obviously the word on the street is out. That episode's probably got less than 24 hours of availability.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that kind of looked like it could have been.
Did you see it? Let me back
I
up.
did.
And that would be wanted us to literally present the same allegation as facts to our audience. Coat as the same coat Madison was wearing that night.
Definitely suspicious behavior to put the jacket back on the fire hydrant. I mean, what the hell are they doing?
Definitely.
I mean, that would suggest that they know exactly what they're looking for, right? Like they didn't find it; they were looking for it, and they knew what they were going to come across.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good point, Daniela.
It definitely looks suspicious, but
Absolutely. And if you can't look, I mean, you can look at it and tell that they're kind of trying to keep it to themselves. You know what I mean?
well, that's what I mean by looking suspicious.
Yeah.
Their body language is the suspicious part. It seems like they're trying to shield what they're doing. It doesn't take two people to go over there and look at a jacket, right?
No, and they keep their
one
back.
running cover for the other.
Right. They have their backs. They turn themselves so that their backs are blocking out whatever they're doing. And that to me is highly suspicious.
That said, I'm not sure. I'm not really familiar with those beanbag guns, but would I be correct in assuming that they're meant for non-lethal, like a
Yeah.
a non-lethal deterrent?
Yes, they're used for that, unless you're, of course, standing like within 6 inches of somebody's face with it. That will definitely do some serious damage at that point. But yeah, they're supposed to be non-lethal.
It just seems like, why would you choose that? Like, I mean, unless you modify it, or I mean, maybe they take non-lethal beanbags, but you could put rocks in them or something, or
You could put rocks, or yeah.
well, you could modify it so it makes it lethal.
Well, they use nitrogen to power it, Jesse.
Mhm.
So think about the force that comes out behind that. You know what I mean? Like a nitrogen cartridge.
To be honest, this snapshot appears to show a handle that resembles the beanbag gun more than the handle of the hatchet. Even with the hatchet in its sheath, it still resembles the handle of the beanbag gun. As you see, the detective is holding it more at the base of the object, which the hatchet sheath doesn't have the same base. Well,
By the way, that's not a hatchet. That's a modern version of a
Machete?
machete type thing. Yeah.
if this is the beanbag gun, it gives credibility to that theory.
The way this was explained to me, because I asked that too, is that it was wrapped up in the jacket, laying on the ground. They found whatever they found inside of it, and then they hung the jacket on the hydrant or dropped it there or whatever it was. But there's no way that would fit inside the pocket of anything without being seen. I agree with that. So it was in the sleeve or wrapped up inside of it or something like that is how it was explained to me. So I don't know. And that right there is, I've already stated that based on what Mabbott said, based on even what Steve said about the type of wounds that they had, that they were a very, very large knife or a very, very large bladed weapon that made this. And Mabbott said very large knife. I don't believe it was a K-bar, folks. I just don't. Machete, I can definitely see that. Okay. Because it would be very easy to make those things, and to from a distance, as they exclaimed, what happened to Ethan's throat, you don't have to be close to him to do that at all, and you can get the whole thing in one swipe. Okay. without even having to get close or go deep. So, welcome, Miss Jen 7 says these people can't investigate their way out of a clear path. This footage has been around, but you would take the coat into a lab. This is bad. All of this, and people want a firing squad on this. Yep, agreed. Agreed. Good to see you tonight, Jen. Cryptic conversions, welcome. No,
the
Maddie.
revelations about Ethan's legs too. That just really, to me, their explanation for why that would be Brian, and he would be angry that he was interrupted and all this. That comes across as absolute malarkey. It just doesn't seem to fit. It seems like that is a clear indication that that it was somebody else, somebody that would have a reason to carve Ethan's legs, somebody who had a particular personal issue with Ethan, or a reason why they would attack a guy in that way, like somebody who'd been to jail, or somebody with that kind of training to attack somebody that way.
Yes, 100%. I can agree with you, sir. Which made me curious as to, welcome, Cat Lady. Good to see you tonight, and thank you.
Not to mention it screws up the timeline in a big way.
Yeah, and the way Ethan was, say, carved up like that, it made me think back to hearing about that fight that they had earlier that night, and the theories behind those people being possibly involved. And I'm curious to see if within the alternate suspect situation, if that comes out. Truly. If any of those names are mentioned, I'm very curious. So, hey, you, good to see you. Who has access? You can buy those in surplus stores all over the place, you. Military surplus stores, law enforcement, they sell them. We have a place here called Mickey's Army and Navy. They sell stuff like that everywhere you can buy. You can buy anything that law enforcement uses, pretty much military uses, at these surplus stores. They sell it left and right. So it's not hard to get a hold of.
That's the other thing about all these guilter theories of Brian was angry at Ethan because he interrupted him, and all this, he's an incel, and all these excuses for why we don't have a proper motive. None of it really adds up. And where's the precedent for this? Can you point towards historical cases where this is the case, where killers do this kind of thing? Because to me, it's just, they come up with this crazy hypothesis, and it just doesn't add up.
This was something that was sent over there that they believe that they're Odinist involved in the Idaho 4 situation, just like there was in Delphi. I don't know anything about that. Okay. I don't know anything about that other stuff, but that was the only thing I really wanted to show you guys, was that whole thing with the fire hydrant and the jacket. The rest of that stuff, I don't really follow that. So, it definitely had a sneaky feel to it. It definitely had, it made me ask questions. I'll put it that way. Guys, just give me a quick second here. I will be right back, or Jesse will before me, but I'll be right with you. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Let's see.
I got a
here.
question for you, Dago.
Yeah.
Have you heard the stuff about Steve G's brother and his affiliation with racist type stuff?
Yes, I actually saw a video of him wearing a specific uniform and reading at a
And that's been vetted, and that's fact.
that's him. Yeah, that's his same.
Because I mean, I've said it before that Steve, a lot of the stuff he says about foreigners and he's not from here, he comes across as very xenophobic. And then there's the rumors that Dylan's boyfriend is involved in the
Yes,
the Aryan Knights,
as well as her father and her godfather too.
And it sounds like that's sort of a popular mentality for some folks in Idaho in that neighborhood. Maybe Tomboy would know something about that, but
she already verified that was something that's been there for a long time. So,
and it's kind of hard to ignore that's a specter that's floating around this case.
Right. Gotcha, Michelle. Thank you. And no, I agree. Tommy Jude even went in that direction with some of the stuff he was talking about not too long ago. That it seems to be a thing in that area. And could that be it? I don't know. But
well, and if it's a thing in that area, it's got to creep into law enforcement and government. And, you know, if that's as it does, as it has, there is a historical precedence of that in this country, in your country. I guess it's not my country.
But States, yeah, I agree with you. Big time. Certain areas just do not want to let go of the old days. You're okay, Mitakuye. No worries. You guys are always welcome and willing and available to express your feelings and opinions, as long as we are not attacking the victims and victim shaming and things like that. Your opinions are important, guys. You should never let anybody shut you down. Your opinions and your feelings and your thoughts on this are very important. It's what it's all about, and that's why I always tell you guys not to attack other people who have differing opinions than you, because you wouldn't want it done to us. And we don't do that. We don't attack people because we're a truth channel. We're not pro burgers. And we're not guilters. Guilters have a tendency to attack us because we don't come out and say he's guilty. That's not the way to do this. So I have issues with that. So anyway, hi, you. Good to see you. Great to have you here. MK, no worries. Thank you for being here. Oh, you're okay, Metakuye. As long as they're not upset with it, you're good. You all aren't trolls, though. No. They were joking around. Okay. Well, either way, just like to clarify that from time to time. All right. So let's look at this thing that Jesse sent over real quick, and we'll jump to some other stuff here in a minute, too. Hold on. Let me speed this up a bit. Just kind of jump through this. All right. We're at one point. There we go.
Well, one form of evidence holds more power and weight than any other. DNA.
Might be hard to hear him, so let me throw some captions up here to make sure that you can read it at least.
To the public, it feels definitive. A match is a match. It's scientific, precise, and unquestionable. But in reality, DNA is a powerful tool with fragile edges. It can clarify a case or complicate it. It can near certainty or open doubts, depending on how it's handled or how it's understood. In the case of the Idaho 4, there is no known video footage, no confession, no eyewitness who saw the crash occur, physical trail leading in or out of 1122 King Road that night. But there is one object, a single item, that law enforcement believes links the suspect, Brian Koberger, directly to the murders. A tan-leather knife sheath, reportedly found on the bed next to the bodies of Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. On the metal snap of that sheath, investigators say they recovered a DNA profile, not a full sample, but a partial trace. What's being considered as touch DNA, and that profile, after being uploaded to a public genealogy database, led authorities to Koberger's family. From there, they obtained DNA from his father's trash in Pennsylvania.
Welcome, 300 Lab.
To the sheath. And finally, once Koberger was arrested, a direct sample was taken from him. According to prosecutors, the match was clear. To many, that should be the end of the story.
No, you're absolutely fine. You've never been a problem here, and we appreciate you very much.
But as with so much in this case, it's not. because even DNA, for all its scientific power, doesn't speak in absolutes. It doesn't tell us how long the DNA was there, or when it got there, or whether it was transferred, touched, or left unintentionally. It doesn't prove who held the knife, or when the sheath was dropped, or whether it had changed hands. And it doesn't tell us if the DNA was placed there hours, days, or even weeks before the murders took place. This is why this episode matters, because DNA may be the strongest piece of forensic evidence in this case, but the moment it's taken out of the lab and into the courtroom, it becomes a story, one that can be interpreted in more than one way. Before we assume it provides a clear conclusion, we need to ask a few critical questions. How was it collected? How strong is the match? What does it prove? And what does it leave unanswered? Because if the state's case rests on a trace of skin cells, then we need to understand how fragile and how important that trace really is. When most people think of DNA, they picture blood, hair, or saliva, biological material collected at the scene of a crime and linked to a suspect with near mathematical certainty. But in recent years, one form of DNA has become increasingly important in forensic investigations: touch DNA. Also known as trace DNA, this is a genetic material that's transferred from skin cells when a person touches an object, a doorknob, a piece of clothing, a weapon. It is important to note that the terms trace DNA and touch DNA are often interchangeable. However, in this case, the exact terminology to be used in court has been argued. The defense don't want the use of terms such as touch DNA or contact DNA used, but rather trace DNA, because it could easily mislead the jury into inferring that the depositor of the DNA actually touched the object on which it was found. You don't need to bleed. You don't need to spit. You don't even need to leave a visible fingerprint. Just a brief touch. A brush of the hand can be enough to leave behind a microscopic fragment of who you are. The DNA recovered from the knife sheath in this case was reportedly just that: trace DNA. Found on the metal snap button of the sheath, collected and analyzed by the Idaho State Lab, and matched eventually to Brian Koberger. But here's what many don't realize. Trace DNA is powerful, but it's also fragile, and it's easily misunderstood. It can last for days, or degrade within hours. It can survive heat, or disappear with a single wipe. And most importantly, it can be transferred indirectly, moved from one object to another through shared contact or surface exposure. In a study published by the Journal of Forensic Sciences in 2016, researchers found that individuals who never touched an object directly could still deposit their DNA on it, simply by shaking someone else's hand or sharing an environment. This is known as secondary transfer, and in legal cases, it has introduced serious challenges. An article published on secondary DNA states that the occurrence of secondary DNA transfer has been previously established. However, the transfer of DNA through an intermediary has not been revisited, with more sensitive current technologies implemented to increase the likelihood of obtaining results from low template, low quality samples. This study evaluated whether this increased sensitivity could lead to the detection of interpretable secondary DNA transfer profiles. After 2 minutes of hand-to-hand contact, participants immediately handled assigned knives. Swabbings of the knives with detectable amounts of DNA were amplified with the Identifier Plus amplification kit and injected on 3130XL. DNA typing results indicated that secondary DNA transfer was detected in 85% of the samples. In 5 samples, the secondary contributor was either the only contributor or the major contributor identified, despite never coming into direct contact with the knife. This study demonstrates the risk of assuming that DNA recovered from an object resulted from direct contact. In the case of the People versus Martinez in California in 2018, a man's DNA was found on a knife used in a stabbing. He insisted he had never seen the weapon. Further investigation revealed that the knife may have been handled by a third party, someone who had touched the defendant earlier that day. The jury acquitted him. In Koberger's case, the DNA on the knife sheath is not being questioned for its scientific accuracy, but for its interpretation. Because while the profile may match, the context of that DNA remains unclear. Did he touch the sheath directly? Did he ever hold the knife it came with? Was it his sheath, or did it pass through other hands? And how long had it been there before the murders took place? These are not abstract hypotheticals. They are essential questions that any jury will have to consider. Because while touch DNA can place a person in proximity, it cannot place them in a moment. It does not say, this person did this. It only says, this person touched this at some point, in some way. And in a case where there are no witnesses, no video, no clear motive, that difference matters. Of all the physical evidence collected from the King Road house, one item has stood out from the very beginning: a tan leather knife sheath, stamped with the USMC Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia, found beside the bodies of Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves on the top floor of the home. According to the arrest affidavit, the sheath was located on the bed near Madison's body and was processed by the Idaho State Police Lab shortly after the crime scene was secured. It was on the metal snap button of the sheath that forensic analysts recovered what they called a single-source male DNA profile. Not a mixture, not partial, a clean individual sample. It was run through the FBI's National DNA Database, CODIS, at first, and there was no match. So investigators took a different route, a relatively new and controversial method known as genetic genealogy. The DNA from the sheath was uploaded to public genealogy databases, platforms originally designed for people looking to find relatives or trace ancestry. From that profile, analysts built a family tree, and somewhere in that digital lineage, they found a connection to Brian Koberger's relatives. On December the 27th, 2022, just days before Koberger's arrest, investigators connected DNA from trash outside his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, specifically from his father. That sample was compared to the sheath DNA, and according to court filings, the results showed a strong familial match. After Koberger's arrest, a direct swab was taken. The Idaho State Lab later confirmed that the DNA from the knife sheath was at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the DNA sample came from Brian Koberger than if it came from an unrelated individual in the general population. That level of statistical certainty sounds unshakable, and from a forensic standpoint, it's compelling. But the strength of the match does not automatically tell us the story behind the object. Let's consider a few facts. First, the knife sheath was left behind, a rare misstep in what appears to have been a fast, silent, and otherwise calculated crime. Second, the sheath was reportedly found in a specific location, on the bed, near the bodies. Not in the hallway, not outside, not hidden. We do not know the exact position or condition it was found in. Presumably, it would have had some blood on it from the crime scene. Third, there is no public confirmation that the knife itself was ever found, only the sheath. No blade, no hilt, no additional weapon tied to that casing. And fourth, the sheath is military style, but Brian Koberger has no known military background. These inconsistencies don't eliminate the significance of the item, but they add complexity to its interpretation. Was the sheath dropped during the attack? Was it planted intentionally or unintentionally? Was it previously handled by Koberger, but present in the house before the night of the murders? Or was it, as prosecutors argue, the killers left behind during the crime, bearing the only forensic fingerprint of a silent night? We don't yet know. What we have is an object, a match, and a location, and what we don't have is a clear explanation of how and when those things came together. In a case where small details carry enormous weight, the knife sheath may hold answers, or it may raise new questions we haven't yet thought to ask. In a world of forensic science, collecting DNA is not the finish line, it's the beginning of a process, because evidence is only as strong as the procedures used to preserve it, and nowhere is this more critical than in the chain of custody. The chain of custody refers to the detailed, documented trail of how a piece of evidence is collected, transferred, stored, and tested, from the moment it's found at a crime scene to the moment it's introduced in court. Every hand it passes through, every room it enters, every time it's unsealed, swabbed, photographed, or transported, must be recorded with precision. If this process breaks down, even once, the integrity of the evidence can be called into question. Not necessarily because it was tampered with, but because it could have been. In high-profile cases like this one, the chain of custody must not only be followed, it must be bulletproof. According to the affidavit and subsequent court filings, the knife sheath found at the crime scene was collected by crime scene investigators from the Idaho State Police. It was then transferred to the state crime lab, where DNA testing was conducted on the metal snap button. The results of those tests are now central to the prosecution's case. But what hasn't been publicly detailed, at least not yet, is the full chain of custody record. Exactly who recovered the sheath, when it was sealed, how it was transported, and who handled it between collection and testing. These records are not minor administrative documents, they are foundational. Because DNA is fragile, it can be transferred by accident, it can degrade, it can be contaminated by gloves, clothing, packaging materials, or even the air in an unsealed room. In the case of the People versus Kogut in New York 2005, a DNA match helped convict a man of the R word and murder, but years later, it was revealed that the evidence had been stored improperly, leading to contamination. The conviction was overturned. In the case of the State versus Liddell Grant in Texas 2012, DNA found under a victim's fingernails was mishandled in the lab. The real killer wasn't identified until 7 years later, when an outside review exposed the error. These cases are reminders of one thing: DNA is not invincible. In Koberger's case, there is no public allegation of mishandling, but the scrutiny is high, and the expectations even higher. If the sheath is the central object connecting the accused to the crime, then every moment of its journey, from the bedroom where it was found to the lab where it was tested, must be accounted for. Not assumed, not inferred, proven. Because when an entire prosecution leans on a microscopic trace, the process that uncovered it must be as exacting as the science itself. DNA evidence is often presented in court as the gold standard, the final word in scientific certainty. A match is a match. The numbers are astronomical. The odds, almost impossible to deny. But beneath that language of probability and precision is a system that relies on two things: technology and human interpretation. Let's start with the science. When a DNA sample is collected, whether it's blood, saliva, or skin cells, analysts examine specific regions of the genome called STRs, short tandem repeats. These are sequences that vary from person to person. The more of them that match between two samples, the higher the likelihood that the samples came from the same individual. In the case of Brian Koberger, the Idaho State Lab reported that the DNA found in the knife sheath was at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the DNA sample came from Brian Koberger than if it came from an unrelated individual in the general population. That's a 1 in 5.37 octillion probability. That's a number with 27 zeros. Statistically speaking, that's considered an extraordinarily strong match. But here's the caveat. DNA results aren't always clear, and in many cases, especially involving touch DNA, they require interpretation. Touch DNA is often low quantity and low quality. It may not contain a full profile. It may include mixed profiles from multiple individuals. It may have been degraded by time, heat, or contamination. And this is where human error can enter the equation. Analysts must decide which peaks on the graph are meaningful, which alleles belong to which contributor, whether the partial match is strong enough to include or weak enough to exclude. These decisions are made using established protocols, but they're still made by people. In the case of State versus Ben in New Jersey 2012, a man was convicted of SA.
Take care, Woke Up. We won't be on this too much longer. I know it's probably a little boring, but it is interesting. We're gonna jump to some other stuff here in a minute if that's why you're leaving. If not, it's great to see you, and please come back soon. We missed you.
Based on the DNA match, later revealed to be a statistical overstatement. The analyst had misinterpreted the strength of the evidence. The conviction was overturned after 16 years. In the case of the United States versus Borum, at DC Circuit 2016, the court ruled that testimony regarding DNA results is only as reliable as the methods used to interpret the data. These cases remind us that even when the science is sound, interpretation can vary. In Koberger's case, the match appears to have been based on a complete enough profile to yield a high statistical likelihood, and it was later confirmed with a direct swab after his arrest. That's important, because it moves the evidence from probabilistic to personal, but it doesn't eliminate the need to ask questions about how the data was read, how the labs were certified, how the conclusions were
Sounds great, Woke Up.
and
See you
whether there's a
soon.
margin
Thank
of
you
doubt
again.
beneath the overwhelming numbers. Because in court, it's not just the strength of the match that matters, it's the strength of the process behind it. DNA may not lie, but people, even those with the best intentions, can still make mistakes. And when a life is on the line, we owe it to everyone to ask, are we interpreting the data or letting the numbers speak louder than the truth? In March 2025, new details emerged in the form of court filings that caught the attention of legal analysts, journalists, and the public alike. Buried within the procedural language of motions and evidentiary requests was a detail that had gone largely.
I slowed it down, you guys. I slowed it down to normal speed. The guy has an accent. That could be why.
That's what gives it all the credibility, that accent. Because let's face it, I already said all this stuff. We've already talked about all this stuff, but I think this video is quite well put together. And like, for example, when I'm arguing with tilters, they just ignore me. They're just like, yeah, whatever, bud. How do you know? But I think when it's presented in this form, it carries a lot more weight. And it's if you watch this video and you're not a scientist, how are you going to argue with it? How are you, as somebody like Daniel,
right?
If Jeff H or Daniel, they watch this video and then they're going to be like, well, how do I argue with that? I don't really think you can. I think it's very well put together. None of this is new to us. This has all been discussed on this panel with Sarge and Miss Potts and all this stuff. We're all aware of this stuff, but the way the way the information is presented in this format, I think, I know it's slow and boring, but it does make a very strong point, I think.
Yeah, it's not boring to me because what they're explaining is quite interesting, in my opinion. We can talk about that here. I was actually going to bring that up next after this, Phantom, if you didn't mind. Once we get through this here, it's almost there.
Unmentioned in previous discussions of this case, another male's DNA reportedly had been found at the scene. It was referred to not by name, but by classification, unknown male B. According to a CNN report dated March the 10th, 2025, prosecutors acknowledged that DNA belonging to an unidentified...
There, I slowed it down a little bit more. Maybe it'll be easier. SRB.
Male was recovered from inside the King Road residence. The specific location of that sample and the context in which it was found were not disclosed. What was confirmed is this: the DNA did not belong to Brian Koberger, and as of that filing, it had not been matched to any other known individual. This discovery raises several critical questions. First, where exactly was the DNA found? We know DNA was recovered from underneath a fingernail. Secondly, what kind of DNA was it? Was it a complete profile? Was it touch DNA, bodily fluid, or a mixture? Third, when was it deposited? And perhaps most importantly, does it matter? Prosecutors argue that the presence of another male's DNA doesn't undermine their case. They point out that the house was a social environment, a college home with frequent visitors, friends, acquaintances, and parties. DNA from multiple people is to be expected in any such setting, especially when considering how easily touch DNA can transfer and persist. But to defense attorneys, the existence of an unknown profile presents an entirely different narrative. What if the wrong person is on trial? Or at the very least, what if someone else was also there, someone who hasn't been identified? There's currently no indication that the defense is claiming unknown male B as an alternative suspect, nor has the prosecution suggested any wrongdoing related to this DNA. But the very presence of a second, unexplained profile in a case so dependent on the clarity of forensic evidence introduces ambiguity where the state has aimed for certainty. It's also a reminder of the limits of even the most powerful evidence, because DNA is not a camera. It doesn't capture context. It doesn't explain its own presence. It must be interpreted. It must be weighed against the totality of the case. And when there is more than one source, when another profile appears without a name,
Amen to that one, Jen. Scream it to the world. You can't argue with people who think trace DNA is the same as blood DNA. That's a fact, Jen. That's a fact.
we are left with an open door. Not because it leads anywhere definitive, but because it proves conclusively that someone else left a mark. And until that mark is identified, the story remains incomplete. DNA is one of the most powerful tools in modern forensics. It can exonerate the innocent, it can implicate the guilty, it can reach across generations to find a single strand of connection. But as powerful as it is, DNA is often misunderstood, not by scientists, but by the public, the press, and even the courtroom. Because for all its strength, there are very specific things DNA cannot prove. Let's start with what it can do. DNA can link a person to an object. It can confirm that someone touched a surface, wore a piece of clothing, or left biological matter behind. It can show genetic probability with near unimaginable certainty that a sample belongs to one person and no one else. But what it cannot do is tell us when that contact occurred. Not within hours, not within days, sometimes not even within weeks. DNA doesn't come with a timestamp. It doesn't degrade on a predictable schedule, and it doesn't reveal the intent behind its presence. In the case of Brian Kohberger, the prosecution's central piece of DNA evidence is a sample found on the snap button of a knife sheath. The match, statistically, is strong. But what remains unanswered and unknowable from the DNA alone is this. When did he touch that sheath? Was it during the crime, days before, weeks, months? And critically, what was he doing when he did? Was he holding the sheath, closing the snap, passing it to someone else, or brushing against it without even knowing? The DNA doesn't tell us that, nor does it prove that Kohberger was in the house, only that his genetic material was on an object that was found in the house. It also can't tell us whether the sheath was brought into the house that night, or if it had been there earlier. It can't tell us whether it was his or someone else's, or whether it was handled by more than one person. It can't prove motive, it can't show planning, and it can't prove action. These are the gaps that DNA leaves behind, not because the science is weak, but because it's being asked to answer questions outside its range. In the case of the State versus Lucas in Ohio 2016, the court ruled that DNA alone was insufficient to convict a suspect without additional evidence of their
Thank you,
involvement in the
SRB.
crime. The DNA placed the individual near the scene, but not at the moment the crime was committed. In that case, as in this one, the distinction was crucial, because presence does not equal participation, and genetic contact does not equal guilt. So while DNA can point the way, it cannot walk us to the truth on its own. It must be supported, corroborated, placed in a larger narrative of events actions, intent. Because DNA isn't a story, it's a sentence, out of context, awaiting interpretation. And in this case, we are still trying to understand the full meaning of the page. In any criminal investigation, what is found often shapes the story, but just as revealing, and sometimes even more so, is what isn't. In the case of the Idaho 4, we've heard a great deal about the DNA that was recovered. A single source male sample and a knife sheath matched to Brian Koberger through.
No, you're right, Jesse. It sure does not put him inside that house. Not even close, guys. He's not in that house based on what they've said. Just saying. So
It's a pretty well put together video for a small channel with less than 1,000 followers. I have no idea who put this together, but I think it. For me, it's something I'd like to point people to. You know, if you don't believe me, go check this out, kind of thing.
oh yeah, I mean the channel name is the Silent Case Book. They did a great job with this, in my opinion. Show check it out, folks. If you want to go watch the full thing, at your leisure, of course, go check it out. Seriously. So, just saying, folks.
Yeah, for anybody who hears me say that the DNA doesn't put him at the scene of the crime, and you're not really wrapping your head around that, or you doubt that I know what I'm talking about, these guys certainly appear to know what they're talking about.
Most definitely, I'm going to venture to say that they work in this field at the minimum. At a minimum, I would think so.
It's well enough put together that it certainly would appear to be that.
They
way.
have an education in this field, in my opinion, for sure. So,
unfold, we must also ask, what else was searched for and never found?
thank you. Good
We
trouble.
don't yet have access to the full forensic inventory. Much of the evidence remains sealed under protective order. But based on court filings, public reporting, and expert commentary, here's what appears to be missing, or at least undisclosed. No DNA from Brian Koberg has been publicly confirmed on any of the victims. Not on clothing, not on skin, bedding, or defensive wounds. No fingerprints have been tied to him within the King Road home, not on doors, phones, faucets, or other high contact surfaces. No weapon has been recovered that matches the sheath. Despite extensive searches, including those near his apartment, vehicle, and surrounding wilderness, the knife itself, presumed to be a large fixed blade combat style weapon, has not been located. In addition, there have been no public records of trace evidence. No hairs, no fibers, no blood transfers.
Absolutely nothing has been found nor matched up to this, folks. Nothing. There's nothing. Not even nothing. There's nothing. There's absolutely no connection with this man. To
Preponderance of bullshit.
Yeah, that blows. That's all I needed to hear at some point, Jesse. Just so you know, is when they said that they found nothing. Because I'll be honest, when they sent out the car, did all that, I was one of those people that said, "Well, that car's got to be a petri dish," like was stated by a lot of people, and that's where we're going to get it. That's where it's going to come from. I expected that.
That's what everybody, every guilter, every expert said. they're going to find a ton of evidence in that car.
Yes.
And then when it came up empty, they're like, "Oh no!" Then they all backpedal and change. That's somebody said it perfectly. Their story keeps on changing. Our story doesn't.
That's
and
right.
I was on with you, and we were certainly open to Brian being guilty at that point. It was
100%.
early days. He didn't have a very strong alibi. I think we probably both expected something to come out of that car, and when it didn't,
yeah, those were.
When it didn't, that's when we decided, well, hey, this is worth looking at.
You were here that day. Eddie was here. I think Sarge was even here. We watched the hearing, and Ann popped off and said, "Your Honor, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing that belongs to this man, his apartment, his parents' house, his job, his office at his job, his car. Nothing points to him. There's no DNA evidence whatsoever." And every one of us kind of just said, "Wow. So now where do we go?" I was shocked. I thought that was going to be it. I thought the car was going to be the answer to this. Okay. Nothing. And no, they still won't let it go. That should tell it all right there, because I don't care what you think a kill kit is, whatever that would be. There's no way in hell that anybody is going to be that good. Okay. Now, to go backwards, everybody claimed, oh, he cleaned his car with some bleach and stuff. And that was, no, he didn't. They checked all that. There's nothing like that they found, folks. Nothing. Next answer. There isn't one. There's no way it's possible that this happened like this. No way. The way this happened is that the people that did this were on foot, in my opinion. They bolted. Everything that they had with them was destroyed, gone. End of story. And those people have not been brought into custody yet.
And if it was Brian, there wouldn't be no need for a delayed 911 call that was almost certainly staged to some degree.
Yes. Exactly, sir. I do agree.
Outside the victim's rooms, no clothing or shoes linked to the attack, no surveillance footage showing him entering or leaving the house. All of this must be viewed in context. The killer likely wore gloves, moved quickly, targeted specific rooms, and could have minimized transfer through careful planning. But even in well-executed crimes, DNA often shows up where you least expect it. On a banister, on a sock, on a lampshade touched in passing. What we have is a single DNA sample on a single object found in the most violent room of the house. Does that make it?
I'm going to be honest too, folks. I don't care how much bleach you use. Okay. It's not enough. Blood is very hard to get rid of. Okay. Very hard.
It more compelling or more questionable? That's a matter of interpretation. The prosecution may argue that the lack of DNA elsewhere is further proof of the killer's method, his calculation, his precision, his intent to leave no trace. The defense may argue that the absence is unnatural, that in such a brutal physical attack, one would expect some biological evidence to have been left behind by the perpetrator, on the victims, in the hallway, at the exit. Either way, the gaps raise important questions. Because evidence isn't just about what's presented, it's about the balance of what exists and what doesn't. And in this case, we must ask, if the only physical link is the sheath and no other trace connects Koberger to the crime scene, what does that say about the story we're being told? Is it a story of silent precision, or is it a sign that something is missing? As the trial draws nearer, those absences may take on new meaning. Because in forensic, what isn't found can echo just as loudly as what is. For most jurors, hearing that a defendant's DNA was found at a crime scene feels like the end of the story. It's science, it's objective, it's definitive. But inside the courtroom, DNA is rarely presented without debate. And when the stakes are high, when a case hinges on a single piece of biological evidence, defense teams often fight not the match itself, but how that match came to be.
Is it just me, or did they sort of indicate that they feel that the sheath was planted?
Yeah.
When they said it's not just about the evidence that exists, it's about the evidence that doesn't exist. Yeah. And then what does that say about this? And yeah, the absence of any other DNA anywhere,
right,
sort of in a way implicates that if the sheath doesn't fit, the DNA on the sheath sticks out like a sore thumb.
It doesn't match up to anything else, right?
And nothing in this case makes sense. This whole case is bewildering to everybody. But if we just took that sheath away and took Brian Koberger away, it would look like a normal case. We just need to have the suspect at that point, right? Exactly.
That is absolutely the truth, sir.
A long legal history of DNA being scrutinized, challenged, and in some cases discredited. In the case of the People versus Ochoa in California in 2000, a conviction based on DNA was overturned after it was discovered that the sample had been misinterpreted. The analyst failed to disclose that the profile was a mixture, not a clean match, and the defendant spent 5 years behind bars before being exonerated. In the case of the state versus Ware in Tennessee in 2007, DNA evidence was thrown out after the court found that the lab failed to follow proper protocols, including contamination protocols, and overstated the strength of the match. Even as recently as the case of the state versus Grant in Texas in 2019, DNA was challenged because of the context in which it was found. The defense argued that the presence of the defendant's DNA on the weapon wasn't proof of guilt, as the item had been previously handled by multiple people. These cases all have something in common. They didn't question the science of DNA. They questioned the circumstances surrounding it. Was the sample collected correctly? Was the lab certified and audited? Were protocols followed? Were statistical probabilities overstated? Was the evidence interpreted objectively or to fit a narrative? These are some of the questions being asked in the Koberger case. Defense filings suggest that they may challenge the probative value of the DNA found on the sheath, not necessarily denying the match, but raising the issue of how the DNA got there and whether it proves involvement in the crime. This is a common and legitimate defense strategy, because even a perfect match must be placed in a credible context. That's why courts allow cross-examination of lab technicians, why experts are brought in to review collection procedures, why juries are instructed not just to hear that there's a match, but to ask whether the match actually means what the prosecution says it does. And this is why, despite the public perception of DNA as irrefutable, many defense attorneys view it with a more cautious eye. Because once a jury sees a number like 5.37 octillion to 1, it becomes easy to believe that the rest of the case doesn't matter, but it does. Because the integrity of DNA evidence doesn't begin and end with a number. It begins with collection, it continues with documentation, it depends on accuracy, and it lives or dies by the chain of custody and the conditions in which it was handled. In the courtroom, DNA is a tool, not a conclusion. And history shows us that when it's mishandled, misread, or misused, even the strongest match can fall apart. At the center of this case, quiet, scientific, and seemingly unshakable, lies a single strand of evidence: DNA. A partial sample found in the snap of a knife sheath, matched through genealogy to a family, confirmed with a direct swab from Brian Koberger himself. It is, without question, the most concrete physical link between the accused and the crime scene. It stands alone. No blood, no hair, no fingerprints, no video.
There it is. Like Jesse just said, it stands alone. There's nothing else to support it. There's nothing else to support any other part of this case, folks. Nothing. I've never seen a criminal case, especially a murder case, that has nothing to support it except for that, which again is something that they're willing to throw out. They want to throw out. We know that the FBI and its Dateline proved it. The FBI used a unsanctioned database to get what they got. They broke the rules. And it sounds to me like every aspect of this case, every shortcut, because there was a lot of them that was taken, was wrong. Okay? It proved to be wrong. So why would we believe in anything like that? There's nothing to support it. There's nothing to support anything within this case. So at that point, what do you do? What does your mind tell you to do? He's guilty? I can't. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm not telling you where to go to look. I'm telling you, you got to do the right thing, per se, and look at it the right way. When there's nothing to support that this man right here committed this crime, when there's nothing that, regardless of what we've seen, regardless of what they're saying about, well, he bought a knife and he did this and he did that and he was weird and he was so and so. There's nothing else to support any of that, folks. There's nothing. That's why I have the feelings that I have about this at this point.
I think you got to carefully examine what they're saying when you're hearing them tell you why Brian did this, how he did this. Just slow it down and stop and think about it for a second, and look at it in the context. Like, does it actually make sense? Do we have any historical examples? I mean, they've tried to draw parallels to Ted Bundy. I can see the chats talking about that. We always talk about that. There's absolutely no comparison between Brian and Ted Bundy.
Nothing.
They're not comparable.
Not even close.
And as I've said many times, if Brian's got no history, no violence, and all of a sudden he's going to do this and sit in a chair that's covered in blood and carve up a dude, and there's all this,
right?
There's nothing that allows us. I mean, that's a rather fantastical story, and without evidence and historical precedents and motive and reason, why would you allow yourself to believe that, or to even believe it was possible for him to do that? He's demonstrated no ability to do that, no drive or want to do that. And until you show me these things, I can't believe it.
That's right. And that's Cryptic just said the FBI also created DNA Othram could not find. Neither could the Idaho State Lab. Nobody could find it until they got to that point. So in turn, they basically had to make it up. Okay. And that's kind of a problem for me, folks. It really, truly is.
And the G family gets a scholarship from Baylor University, which is tied to Othram Labs.
Yeah, that is quite convenient. I'll just say that.
There's a lot of things surrounding this case. People getting taken care of here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, sir. That's a very good point. You also have the president to a university that I've never, and I'll say it again and again. He's been involved in every aspect of this investigation. Has anybody in here ever seen a situation that's basically like, a crime being committed next door to me? Okay. In my neighbor's house. They're murdered. Okay. God forbid, knock on wood. And I'm involved in the investigation as a neighbor. Does that make any sense to anybody? Because it's basically the same theory. If you think about it, Scott Green is nobody. He's not a law enforcement official. He's not an attorney. He's not a judge. He's nobody. He runs a university. So why is he involved in all this? I'll never get that. And I want somebody to find a good excuse before you tell me about it, because there's not going to be one that you're going to find. I can promise you that. It makes no sense. And then we have a Dateline episode that comes out where they're absolutely 100% jury tampering. Not too many people can argue that. The Steve Gonsalves World Tour comes through. That's jury tampering. It's not just convenience, folks. It's facts. There go. It's taking a picture of the entry of the front door. Oh, yeah. Well,
I think we need to revisit Steve's comments, because
I was going to recommend going back and doing
the progression of the things he's said and the stories he's come out with, and how it's progressed from point A to point B, and how he's backpedaled or refused to answer questions, because a lot of he's been caught a lot lately.
Oh, big time, yeah.
In his, I don't know, maybe lies but false statements. He's been caught up in false statements, and he's really shown no ability to explain how or why he's made these false statements.
Yeah, I was going to recommend that we go do a show, maybe tomorrow even, and we go back to the beginning and start following the interviews and listen to them all the way up to this point. And I promise you, it would be quite interesting. You can tell it tells it. In my opinion, I believe it's going to tell its own story. Just saying. Let's finish this video here.
I still want to know what he said was going to be gross. For some reason, I think that's got some significance to it.
I would think it would too. I agree.
One sample, one object found beside two victims. To the prosecution, it's the moment that the case crystallizes, the moment the silence turns personal. To the defense, it's a detail that may not tell the full story. A trace with no timestamp, no witness, no explanation beyond proximity. We've explored what DNA can show. We've examined how it was collected, how it's interpreted, and what it means, scientifically, legally, and narratively. And what we've found is not weakness in the science, but complexity in the context. DNA can identify, but it cannot explain. It can place a person
Good point,
on an
Grip.
object, but it cannot say how the object got there. It cannot say when or why. It doesn't reveal intent. It doesn't show emotion. It cannot testify to what happened in that house during those final minutes. This isn't to diminish its value,
Agreed.
only to
Musical.
recognize its limits. Because while DNA might illuminate a path, it doesn't walk it for us. It doesn't resolve the timeline. It doesn't answer for the missing weapon, the absence of other physical evidence, or the appearance of an unknown male's profile at the scene. It's one piece. Central, yes, but still just one. And in a case built from absence, silence, and speculation, we must be careful not to place all weight on a single thread of genetic material. Because the truth, if it exists in full, must be supported by not only one result, but by the full weight of context. DNA may tell us who, but it doesn't always tell us how, or why, or whether the story we're hearing about is the one that actually happened. And until all pieces come together, this trial, scientific as it may be, is still incomplete. The science of DNA is among the most advanced tools we have, but like every tool, it depends on the hands that use it and the care with which it's understood. This concludes this episode on the Idaho 4 Theories Beyond the Official Narrative.
All right. Thank you, Jesse. That was kind of interesting, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm sure it bored a lot of people to tears, but I think it's important. I think it's that's a good one to bookmark. As far as a real solid explanation, doing a much better job than I could do.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like I said, there's nothing in there that we didn't know. They brought up some interesting cases of that are good for reference, but basically everything they talked about, we've talked about that with Sarge and Annie before, but the way they articulate it, the way they present it, the visual aids, the credibility with the foreign accent. I mean, yeah. I said in chat, I'd like to take the guilters like Jeff H. and Daniel and pin their eyes back like Clockwork Orange, that re-education theory.
Oh, wow.
The re-education thing for the what's his name there in Clockwork Orange. But anyways, that's what I had envisioned, is forcing them to watch that with their eyes pinned open.
That's great. I forgot about that. Great movie. But yeah, I agree with you. That makes it make sense. Makes sense. I could see that happening too. That's funny.
Young Alex, that's exactly right.
Young Alex. Wow. There you go, Contessa. So that's too much. I used to love that movie too. What do you think, Jesse, about the to be continued thing? Is the continuance? Do you think it's well deserved? Do you think it's expired? It should happen, or do you think that we need to get on with this, with where we're at, and just make it happen?
Well, I guess going back to what I've been saying for a while now is, I think Brian's cooked if Ann Taylor legitimately doesn't have anything, doesn't want to go to trial, needs more time. I mean, if she doesn't have anything that she thinks she can win with right now, I'm concerned. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that, like, if she actually legitimately feels like she needs more time and it's not a negotiation tactic, then I have grave concerns, let's say. But I think this is just a standard move. This leak has happened. Yeah. I don't think Hippler can deny her request. I think it gives her bargaining power. I hope that she would be content to negotiate with the state and say, listen, take the death penalty off the table and we can just, get this trial up and moving again.
Yep.
So I hope that's like the strategy behind it, because at least then it shows that she's got a game plan.
Yeah.
But if she has nothing, and she's still trying to find something, that really doesn't bode well.
I can agree. And I don't believe she doesn't have anything. I just feel like you know how I feel about Anne and how she does things. There's that. But I think it's a great point where they can pull the death penalty with what's happened with Dateline, the leaks, the bullshit. I think that's a great idea. I truly expected to see that as a motion before this continuance, but that is what it is. But I think it's a good opportunity for that. I do. And I feel like Hitler is going to see this situation for what's happened. He's angry already. We know that. And he's going to want to rectify the situation to an extent of doing something. Okay. Is it going to be to give it the continuance, or is he going to go in another direction with it to give them something that they need to make this happen, the way it should? Thank you so much, Noel, and welcome. It's wonderful to have you here tonight. Great to have you here. And as always, so very generous and so very much appreciated, Noel. God bless. I believe she has information for sure. And Jen, yes. And here's why I'm going to say this. I said this many, many times, and I'll say it again. I don't believe that Anne will ask a question without knowing the answer already. I don't believe she'll make a statement without knowing the outcome already. I don't believe that she'll go forth with anything without knowing the outcome already, is what I was trying to say. I don't believe she'll make a statement without knowing the repercussion from that statement already. And I believe that's the way she's played this all the way up to now. There's a reason. There's a method to her madness. We'll put it that way. Okay. I do truly feel that she is that strong with this. Am I wrong? Could I be wrong? Sure. And could I be proved wrong? Sure. There's that possibility every which way you look. So, but we still have the Cy-Ray affidavit. When that was brought forth, that told me a lot right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess we should ask Hitler. You still think he's a conspiracy theorist?
There you go. There you go.
Because these are the people that he was accusing of, misbehaving. These same people that just leaked this stuff.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Think about how that was brought forth. I think Anne knew the reaction that was going to have. There was nothing else to support it, but what he stated, Hitler attacked the 7-day thing, which we all know is bullshit at this point. That's all there was there. And then this happens right afterwards. That's pretty wild to me. Okay? That's pretty wild to me. So I think that this is all part of the plan, for lack of better terms. So quite interesting to me, folks. Quite interesting. And I'm real curious to see how this is approached. I really am. I think she knew what she was doing. And I feel very comfortable with what her and Massoff at both. Eliza and her together are an amazing team, in my opinion. They really are. Contessa said that Hitler flat out asked Attorney Nye if a loss of this case was going to cost the state of Idaho a lot of money, and Nye replied, yes, it will be very costly. And Hush, Jennings, and Santa giggled. Yeah. Well, I think that watching the reactions that Jennings has had and Thompson has had recently, they don't seem very confident to me. As I get a feeling of confidence coming from the defense table. I'll be honest with you. I truly do. Great to see you tonight.
I think there's a lot of people that would benefit from a mistrial. That's for sure. You'd think Ashley Jennings would be cheering for that.
Because good point, Jesse. Good point. Because that's going to ensure that her job is safe at this point, unless they do a post-trial investigation onto her and find some things. But at that point, she's still going to be found. It's going to look away from her and walk away from her at that point. I agree with you. Tomorrow's the deadline. I thought it was the 23rd, Beckles, for the deadline for the prosecution. Yeah. Or no, the 7-day. Yes, you're right. You're right. What do you think is going to come from that, Jesse? You think there's going to be anything that comes from that?
This is the prosecution to respond to the alternative perps?
No, this is them to respond to Hitler saying, you got 7 days to show me where your leaks came from.
Oh, a list of everybody who had access to that information.
Yeah.
I think they're going to probably try and blame Steve G. They're going to say,
because they can't touch him pretty much. Oh, they could, but he could just say, well, I didn't understand it.
Although I guess whoever gave that information to Steve G, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't. I guess from a legal perspective, it doesn't matter whether you gave it to Shannon Gray or Steve G or Dateline themselves. It's a leak's a leak, right?
Yeah, it had to have come from somewhere. Steve didn't get it himself. It had to come from somewhere to get to him. So that's what I think Hitler's going to say. No. He didn't get that information. Somebody gave it to him, and I want to know where he got it from. That's what I want to know, and I guarantee you he's going to say that. And if they don't provide that, I'm curious to see how that goes down. That's a fact.
I guess blame the FBI because you can't do anything to the FBI.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. Or can they? The Sarge had a point the other night when he said that they still fall within the realm of the law. That, the Department of Justice, they still have to abide by certain things, that they can be called into question when they do something that they shouldn't be doing. So is it up to Hitler to punish them? No, but somebody will. It'll get thrown up above. You know what I mean? I feel like it, at least. And if that's the case, I don't think the FBI is going to take it. I think if it comes down to them trying to blame it on the FBI is going to spin it on them and say, here's the truth, folks. This is what really happened. Boom, 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 boom. And that might spin it back around, you guys, to going back to Cy's situation. And then the FBI, if they have that, they're going to say, yeah, Ashley did have that stuff. And all this other stuff's going to come out at that point, and possibly, that's my opinion, of course. And then, oh boy, the top's going to get blown the hell right off of this. And again,
I mean, if everything I believe is true, which I guess the things I believe is, I believe that Dylan and Bethany are lying. I believe that the 911 call was staged.
Yeah.
I believe that the DNA is suspect and could have been planted.
Yes.
I believe that the car in the state's footage is perhaps the neighbor's green car.
Yeah.
I believe that they've hidden the advanced timing data, and Ashley Jennings' career is on the line. When you put it all together, if you believe all those things, and I think a lot of us here do, I don't know how many of those things you agree with, Dago. All of them, some of them.
Everything you said, Jesse, you and I have been on the same page, the same chapter, the same book from day one.
So if you believe all those things exist, then the state knows they exist. Bill Thompson knows they exist. The FBI knows they exist. Wouldn't they want a way out? I mean,
agreed. But yeah, but Terry just made a good point. We all know that the FBI is going through reforms right now. They're trying to clean it up. They're trying to make sure they're doing the right thing. I wonder if this would be an example of that case. And if she sees this is a problem, maybe she'll make an example out of this. Who knows?
They're claiming they're going through big changes.
I know.
Their actions have not.
Yes, I know.
Have looked a lot similar to the criticisms they've received in the past.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this would be a good instance if this situation alone would be a very good instance and a good way to prove, hey, we're cleaning our act up right now, and this is what happened. This is how this went down, and we're not going to let this happen in the future. I'm not saying that's going to happen because I really highly doubt it, but that'd be interesting. I'll say that.
Well, like I say, though, if all those things that I just said and you and I both believe, it's going to be hard to bury all that stuff and not have it come out in trial.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yes. And it's going to be such a source of embarrassment that you can't let that if all that stuff comes out in trial, I mean, heads have to roll. So it would make sense that all the people involved are going to try and tank this trial before it happens, because that is going to be some kind of embarrassment. The neighbor's green car, you've been touting that video the whole time, and it happens to be a green car from next door. Yeah. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it go to trial and have that all come out. But then again,
Yes.
look what we're seeing in the Karen Reed trial. I mean, that basically all the things I just said, similar things have come out in the Karen Reed trial, and somehow they got a jury to be hung, which I still find that amazing. After Brian Higgins testified that he
That's crazy.
threw
I know.
thrown
Yeah.
away at a military base. I mean, as soon as that might be, there was a lot of things in the Karen Reed trial that were crazy, but him on the stand saying he threw his phone away at a military base.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's pretty wild.
You almost feel like somebody should just put the cuffs on him right now.
Right here and there. Yes, sir. 100%. I do agree.
Well, they stopped the trial right at that time. I mean, when he was testifying right at that, during that, the moment when he revealed that he tossed his phone, his lawyer came in, they stopped the whole trial. He had to consult with his lawyer. Yeah, it was a big deal. And the fact that ended in a hung jury, it just goes to show you that it's tough to get a not guilty verdict.
I do agree. Yeah, I don't the Karen thing, dude. That's a wild situation. It really is.
Well, whatever you believe. I mean, all those people got rid of their phones at the same time.
Yeah,
they did it for a reason.
Of course they did. That whole case, like I had somebody send me an email and attack me. Or you're so stupid to believe that she's innocent. And this and that. Am I? After everything I've seen that happened with law enforcement, really, I'm stupid to believe that. Okay, if you say so, that's fine. And
well, if you're watching the trial now, they just put an expert on. The state did, and during his testimony on direct, people on Twitter were, it's over, she's done. This expert's fried the defense.
Yeah,
and an hour later, the defense gets on there and starts asking him about his resume, and he lied about getting a Bachelor of Science degree at University of Alabama, Birmingham, where they don't even give out the degree that he was claiming to have. And, he just got blown to bits. But it's amazing. You go to Twitter, like you see one thing with your own eyes, and their experts are just getting absolutely crucified on the stand. And on Twitter, the pro-state people, or the guilters in that trial, are just like, oh, we got him now. They're rubbing their hands. Yeah, it's amazing. They just see things, in a completely opposite as we do.
Well, yes, agreed. I wanted to ask you a question. Do you have any issues with me showing the email you sent me to prove something to everybody in here real quick?
I don't think so. I don't think I would send you anything that I didn't want you to show.
Okay. Yeah, this is quite interesting, you guys, and it blows my mind why people will not accept this. I thought this was great when I saw it. There's specific colors in here that you're going to look at them and go, wow. Okay. It's just a couple pictures Jesse put together, him and his son. Did a little Bill Nye the Science Guy thing the other night. And this is in Thailand, where he's at. So, not that has any bearing on it, but nighttime as compared to having lights on, things like that. But I thought it was quite interesting for the people that are in denial over this, how cameras will work. Okay. Hold on here a minute. Okay, guys, this is nighttime. I believe it was nighttime, if I'm correct, Jesse. And this is with the lights off over here on the left side. The right side, we have what you can tell is a light on. Now, look at the colors, folks. Green, blue. Green and blue are the colors that you see predominantly here. His son is wearing a blue shirt that shows up clearly white. Not even gray, but white.
It's not even a light blue shirt either. It's a fairly dark. Yeah. It's blue. It's not light blue.
Not even close, folks. And the green is a dark green because it's grass and look at the color of that. The lighter green is a lighter gray. So the green that we saw in that car is going to show up even lighter. As you can tell, the darker the color, it's amazing the lighter it is. So how about that, everybody? Argue it. Go ahead, because these cameras are all the same.
Well, Daniel did a great job of arguing it. That yeah, well, blue might show up as white, green might show up as white, gray and silver might show up as white, but you know what else shows up as white?
White.
White.
Yes.
So in other words, the footage is useless then.
Absolutely. So that car, listen, folks, that car could be green. That car could be blue. That car could
Orange.
be orange. We've seen orange. That it could be any color but white, and still
Yellow.
look white.
I mean, the only color that shows up as black is black, and very, very dark, like burgundy and navy would show up as
Looks a little darker.
Everything else shows up as white.
That's right. So, for those of you that don't understand, yeah, it's definitely a fact. Thank you for doing this, by the way, Jesse, because
so I didn't even offer any commentary about the case or anything, but I got people threatening me on Twitter over this picture, just calling me an idiot, telling me, well, why don't you report it to the FBI then if you think you're so smart?
It's been reported, 100% been reported.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're well aware. They don't need me doing my job for them.
Not at all. Not at all. And there's the facts right there. Fizzy just said, look at the white pillar in the right corner. It's a darker gray. Over here. Hold on. I don't see what you mean. The white pillar. Oh, right here. Yeah. Is this white over here, Jesse? This little thing, if you can see my cursor.
I don't think it is. I think it's like cream colored.
Okay. But it shows up as a gray.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right here, is this cream colored? Of the tiles here, those are cream colored too?
Yeah, I think it's probably the same color.
Yeah, so look at the cream color, folks, which is an off-white eggshell color. That's a gray. Look at the child's t-shirt. That's the most important thing here in this picture, in my opinion. It's blue, dark blue, and it's the whitest thing in here, besides him, of course. That's amazing to me. And anybody that wants to argue that, you're insane to say that that's not possible. It's right there. Look at the grass. It's a lighter green. So take the green that we saw that the car was. It's going to be even lighter than that, folks. And at nighttime, guess how it shows up? Let's argue that now. Okay? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's facts. There's proven facts. And like I said, Jesse did this on his own just to find out for himself. Because he was curious, and there's your proof.
And it didn't take much effort. I mean, we strolled up to the camera, took a couple pictures, and it's not like we found the perfect conditions and had to go through a lot to make it appear that way. And and somebody said, well, you're standing too close to the camera. If you stand further away, it might not be as white. Well, that's not the point. The point isn't. The point is, it's possible for blue, orange, and all variety of colors to appear white, and that's all I wanted to see if it was possible, and it's clearly possible. And when you see that Mark B's video of that green, it's very convincing to me. I got to say, the wrapped license plate, I understand when they say, well, don't you think they would have looked at that? And I say, yeah. That makes sense, but they didn't look at anything else. They didn't do anything else the right way. So why would they do this the right way?
The one thing, Pavarotti did a video on this, and he made a huge point. The one thing that the FBI didn't look into when they covered this, possibly, is the fact that car was wrapped or painted, okay? So when they run their analysis with the code colors, the color codes that they have, this, that, so on and so forth, that color is not on the basic chart. It's a specialized color.
Yeah, it's not a stock color. They don't come in that. Elantras don't come in that color.
Exactly. So that was not something they had to refer to. In turn, they weren't going to find it. Okay. The experts, the specialists, whatever. That's how that would. And Bob was right about that. He was right on point with that, because I was like, wow, that's amazing. One of the best videos he's done. Points that out. And then going back a year or so ago, Mark B, a lot of us didn't pay no attention to it because we're like, yeah, well, what's that got to do with it? We weren't seeing it for what it was. You can absolutely see the white Elantra that points where that license plate is a very specific spot, folks. The way it's wrapped at the bottom there, you cannot pass that up. I have no doubt in my mind that that is exactly what that is, because nothing else looks that way.
Was it Lano or was it Pav that showed that the defense has a vehicle expert who has a history of proving that cars that appear in security footage are not the color that you think they are?
I think it was Lana. I thought Lana brought that up. Yeah. Either way.
So the defense does have an expert who specializes in this kind of vehicle identification with different colors. So I mean,
and that's
I feel pretty comfortable thinking that this is going to happen.
Oh, Lord, yes, it is. And many people have sent that footage to Ian. Okay, many people I know for a fact have sent that to Ian. And yes, I'll be honest with you. Jeff himself did a video. I think it was with 12 gauge. It might have been by himself. Anyway, it was orange and lime green notepads that showed up white.
He said to me that he has yet to prove that it can be done with an Elantra, and I don't know what that means. So does that mean he's got an Elantra and he's tried it, or?
I don't know. Jeff. I mean, are you getting a white Elantra and you're going to paint it green and then run the color code test, or what are you going to do there?
I mean, he's probably going to have a hard time finding an Elantra to test that on. But I mean, if it works with a blue T-shirt and it works with a green notebook, why would you doubt that it's going to work with a green Elantra?
Right. And yes, off grid, you're right. It says, he said, Dago, that car is 100% green in the Ridge Road photos. That's what I'm trying to say. Even though that cam was in color mode, it still shows up white. Agreed. I was reading what you were saying just now, off grid. So yeah, I appreciate that. Agreed. And that I want to see the prosecution argue this, Jesse. I want to see them tell me, no. We know for a fact this car's white. This is why. I want to hear that answer, because it's going to be bullshit, whatever it is, because there's no way to prove that.
Well, the thing is, the guilt is, it's all about reflection and absorption with infrared light.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Jeff, you did your video with the tape and the notebook and all that. I mean, there you go, dude. I don't know how you would be able to prove it. That's why I made that joke about the car and stuff, if you're going to get it and paint one green. But he said, I can't get any of my green metal Matchbox cars to go white. Is it because the object wouldn't have to be a certain size. I mean, we saw it here with this. So I don't know what to say. Also, the infrared light emitting from the camera only reaches 100 feet. So,
well, at least Jeff is doing these experiments. The guys like Scott Reich and McDonough, they just get on there and go, "This is fucking stupid. These people are talking about a green car," and they don't explain. They don't explain why. They just the state says it's a white car, and if you think it's anything other than that, you're stupid. And it's like, well, I mean, with these experiments, it's quite clear that security cameras don't show colors like blue, orange, yellow, gray, silver. So it's not stupid to speculate that it could be green or orange. I mean, to not even entertain it, I think, is stupid.
Right. And there's another thing too, is that car, it does have I think it's pearlescent or pearl, like green iridescent maybe, or there's some kind of a metallic flake within that paint job, I think. He said that the notebook's not made of metal. Well, neither is the car. It's plastic or fiberglass, and the Elantra's not made of paper. That's the key. Well, not truly though, Jeff, because looking at this photo here, Jesse's son's wearing a blue shirt, which is cotton, and it's picking it up as it's showing as a white shirt. And I'll say right here that I've seen my Silverado is a dark blue, and it showed up as a gray on the cameras before. Not a it's a darker, like a, what is it, like a almost, I can't think of the color chart, but not midnight blue, but it's a step between your sun's shirt and midnight blue. That's the color blue it was. So, but the vehicles, no, those cars are not made out of metal, Jeff. It's fiberglass. Come on now.
Shouldn't matter. The paint on the outside of the vehicle is what's going to show up in the camera, right?
Yeah, look up a car. A newer cars, Jeff. They're not metal. They're fiberglass. The body.
Well, and I believe Lana showed some footage of the defense's expert, like directly from a case that they've already been involved in.
Yeah.
Where I think it might have been an orange car or something that they proved was showing up as white.
Yeah, and if it's a wrap, that's vinyl. That's a vinyl material. So yeah. And Tandy's got a good point that the pumpkins they're a dense material. They're not. Oh, you're talking about the Matchbox cars. Those are metal. Okay, I got you. I thought. Sorry, I apologize. I thought you were talking about a real car. You're right, Jeff. I'm sorry about that. The wrap material, sweet and salty, is like a vinyl, like almost like like contact paper that you'd put on your cupboard shelving or something like that. It's almost the same type of material. It's a lot thicker, but more of a vinyl.
Is there a reason why Matchbox cars would be a more accurate experiment than my son's T-shirt?
I don't believe so. I wouldn't imagine. That's my, like, those are metal, solid metal.
My son's T-shirt and the distance from the camera and the size of the size compared to a Matchbox car would seem to me to be more accurate.
I would agree. I mean, it's a bigger, platform. Bigger object. Thank you. Yeah. Again, you can see it's clearly white. Okay. And anything that has the absence of color. Okay. Look over here for a minute. His gate there. That's probably wrought iron metal, and it's black. Am I right, Jesse?
Yeah.
Okay. Over here, it's black. Over here, it's black. That's the absence of color. Same color, nothing changed. It didn't lighten or darken. It's the same thing. If you look down here at the ground, the things that have the curb here, that's again kind of a grayish. It's concrete, I'm guessing, but it looks darker than it shows up over here. That's what I'm saying. So it's kind of, the whole thing's wild. Yeah, the grass looks like dirt. It does, like a grayish, whatever color dirt. And if you look at the bushes here, they're darker than this, and they still show up almost the same color. And again, Jeff, my apologies. I thought you were talking about the body of like the Elantra, and so you were absolutely right about that. It's similar to the way our eyes work in normal light. We see a green tree because the tree has absorbed all the red and blue. Okay. I don't think metal would make a difference, though. I don't.
Well, I mean, and it's not just the color; it's the proximity. I mean, obviously the Queen Road car was in the name. We know that it was there. That right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's the license plate, which I'm not a car guy. When they start talking about the spokes and some of the other stuff, I can't see any of that. But I definitely see a slight protrusion that could be a license plate, whereas a stock Elantra would not have that.
You are absolutely, and I am a car guy, and I'm telling you, you can clearly see it. You can clearly see the bump, the indentation, the license plate is in that photograph. Brian doesn't have that on his car.
I mean, I guess if I was a guilter, I wouldn't want to see it because it's certainly going to be embarrassing if it actually comes out in court and people believe it.
Agreed. That's absolute fact. And when they show that, I cannot wait to see the reaction to that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not the type of person that loves to gets thrills out of when people are wrong. Okay.
It reminds me
But
of about a year and a half ago, Dago, when we
mhm.
were talking about the 911 call, and we were talking about WSU Kim and Dave, and people were calling us crazy, calling us stupid, and then all of a sudden it comes out in the court documents. All that stuff is now a fact. Could this happen again? Could history repeat itself? Stay tuned.
Just saying.
I gotta go to bed, my man. I've been up for way too long. I gotta go to bed.
I appreciate you hanging out, staying up, and not sleeping to hang out with us, Jesse. I appreciate you every time you do it.
Thank you for having me, and I look forward to doing it again next time.
I think we will be here tomorrow because we have a whole other thing that I wanted to jump on. I want to look back at those interviews. If you're, I'll make it earlier, Jesse. That way,
if you could start it earlier, that would certainly help for a guy like me.
I definitely will make it. If I can, actually, I might make it back to back from my morning show. I'll give it an hour and pop right back in. So
that would work
for you too, probably. So again, thank you very much. Always appreciate your input, and it's always great to have you here with me every time.
I would like to thank everybody in chat for sitting through that DNA presentation, and I want to wish chat a good night as well. And I hope you guys enjoyed that breakdown of the Drunk Turkey show, because I thought that was hilarious.
It was quite interesting. Yes, I appreciate you bringing that up too, very much so. Always a pleasure and an honor, my friend. Always a pleasure and an honor. Until next time, everybody. Good night. Have a great one, sir. Take care. So yeah, that's tomorrow. That's tomorrow's show, guys. We're gonna be jumping into that. I've been thinking about it for a while, and he just pretty much solidified it in my mind. Miss Terry says the court documents are really scary to even believe. Yeah, they are. They truly are. But they should be. They should be. Guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back with you. I need to very quickly excuse myself for a quick second. Hang loose. All right, guys, here we are. Here we are. Everybody has homework, huh? Yes, Susan, we covered that in a nutshell, because that's a lot of paperwork to read through just to get the answer to it. Very simple. They just need more time because of all the discovery that they were handed over, with not anywhere near enough time to cover that, to make sure that Brian gets a fair trial. Yes. Thrive, yes. They are going to argue about the 1112 light bulb cam because they changed it to a different one. Yes. I do believe so, Contessa. I don't believe you will either, no matter what happens, truly. Let's see here. Yes, that's exactly what that was, Cryptic. Thank you. Too much coffee. Too much coffee. You having a, okay, Jen, take care. Have a great night. Have a great night, Miss Susan, and Miss Candy. I remember that, Tita. I do. Well, guys, I think that's probably that's gonna be it. We've been here 4 hours, about an hour longer than I wanted to be. So, you know, does anybody, anybody think that he's gonna approve this continuance, or is it gonna be pushed off? I don't know. I think something's gonna have to give somewhere with everything that's gone down recently. I think that something's gonna have to give. They're gonna have to give somewhere. Okay. I think that the trial will happen in give me a second here. I'm gonna do a poll for you guys. 1 second here. Will the trial happen in August? Yes, no, or unsure? Hit it up, folks. Vote on it. Yeah, I remember that shooting happening. Angel says that, yeah, Hitler won't back down with. Oh, that's a fact, Angel. That's a fact. That's a good call. I do. Either that or take the death penalty off the table, which I believe is another motion that may come forth. I do. I think I could see that coming forth. I've thought that for a while. Done one, welcome. Good to see you. I think they will drop the DP because of the leak. And it will be played on Steve G's. It could be. It could be. If you guys answer this poll fast enough, I'll run you another one too. Let's see. 3 people were killed. 2 others were injured. 4 of the victims, including 3 who died, were members of the UVA. That's true. That is very true. Wow, the numbers show that we are all over the place. We shall see here. Looks like you guys are answering quick, which is good. Another great show. Great conversation. As always, great input from all of you guys. I very much appreciate that. So tomorrow, guys, tune in tomorrow afternoon. Everything goes well. Circus music's in the house. Good to see you. And we're going to be going back to the beginning, starting there, and just coming forward and reviewing Steve's interviews and the things that he said and seeing what's changed, if it's meant anything, if it means anything at this point. And that's what we're going to be reviewing tomorrow with this. Anybody interested? Hope you're here. And again, if you guys are interested in hearing that, do me a favor and put a 1 in the chat real quick. I'd like to see what you guys think before we even do it. But I know Jesse and I had talked about that before. I think Eddie even brought that up at one point. So if you guys want to hear that, see that, and review that, put a 1 in the chat for me. If not, don't put anything. You don't have to. Because I think it would be interesting to see where we can go from there, you know? It feels like people want there to be a delay, but the fact is Hitler is unlikely to approve it. Oh, I agree, Angel. I agree. It's unlikely, but it's possible. Miss Dagburn said if the trial happens in August, it's guaranteed to win on appeal. I can agree with that. It's a good point, Dagburn. Let's see. We got 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, so good. We're on the right track with that. Good deal. But that's a hell of a that's a hell of an option to happen, situation to happen, to give the defense the ability to try and get the death penalty pulled, as they've already tried. That right there is a good reason, in my opinion. That gives them an option that they didn't have, you know? So whether it's not a good thing that it happened, it may be a good thing that it did happen in that sense. All right, let's see what this. So at this point, we have 46% said yes, the trial will happen in August. 35 said no, and 17 said unsure. Pretty awesome. Now let me throw up the next poll. All right, so the next poll is will the death penalty be taken off the table due to the leaks? Yes, no, and unsure. Go for it, folks. And please make sure to hit that like button on your way in the door or on your way out, whichever way you go. Let's see. Make sure that, this definitely hit the algorithm, but I appreciate that. The more likes, the better YouTube likes it, guys. Please feel free to leave me a comment after the show if you want to, what your thoughts were. I love seeing your guys' thoughts and feelings on this, and it's very important to me. And Jesse reads these comments as well. He loves seeing what you guys have to say. Eddie reads the comments. My moderators go through and read these comments. So everybody, I like seeing what your guys' thoughts are on this. It means a lot. I love your guys' feelings about this case. I love the critical thinkers that are in this community because you guys don't see black and white. You see the colors that are here in the middle too. That's important to me. I want to thank my blue crew once again for doing what you do. I couldn't win or shouldn't never try to do this without you because it just wouldn't happen. Everybody in here, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. We will be here in the morning for the morning show as always. And then shortly thereafter that, we're going to run that secondary show as always. Thank you guys so very much for what you do. Thank you, Good Trouble. And I want to thank again anybody and everybody that has donated to support the channel in that aspect, whether it be super chats, super stickers, the 24 new members that we have in here tonight from the memberships that were gifted. If you've donated to the Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App, sorry guys. It is so very much appreciated, guys. That helps to keep my channel rolling day after day, pays the bills, and keeps me out here with all you awesome and amazing, beautiful people. So please thank you so very much for that from the heart. Please understand we don't ever expect you guys to support us that way, but we do appreciate it. And for all of you that are just here in general, supporting this channel and myself and the rest of this team, God bless. We appreciate you so very much for that. More than anything, guys. That's amazing. Congrats, Good Trouble. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the sauce. We got 25 new members. Very awesome. And you guys are amazing. Don't ever forget that. As I always say, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you very soon. Have a great one, folks. Much love. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, and streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night.